a moment. Lights. We use lights. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing a live stream. And this is probably going to be an interesting live stream, I'm just saying. And let me tell you why. So if you remember this, and if you remember this, the splendiferous Airwindows meter, you can download it today. Me and Sadar were working on this yesterday. And so the thing that I'm working on, maybe not so much the other one with the knobs and stuff, but we were working on this one. The thing that we're working on, you can download this today. Give me a second, I will get you a link. And we'll be ready to continue updating that link as we go. So I'm going to go and try to find it now. I'm a little new to all of that, and so it's definitely challenging, but I do believe I can point you to that. Let's see. If I go under Actions, this is the one that we did. I'm trying to scroll it, and it doesn't want to scroll. Look at that. Look at that where it says artifacts. Yeah, you can download those. I can't guarantee they'll work. That I honestly don't know. What I can say is that I downloaded the DMG, and the one you were seeing running in Twisted Wave is literally the one downloaded from the web. It is code signed, so it shouldn't bug you for stuff. And in fact, it built an AU, an audio unit, which doesn't work in Twisted Wave, but did work in Reaper. So this is all in process. And let me just paste in this, well, that's not the way to do it. Let me derp around in my web interface for a moment so that I can find what I was trying to look for, because I just, instead of copying, I did something else that made it break. And the link went away. So now if I hit C and actually copy that, so if that's a working link and anybody can click on it, you should be able to get to this page that we're looking at right now. You scroll to the bottom of the page, and it's got a little thing saying artifacts, which I believe every run of this will have its own little set of artifacts. I don't know when GitHub will be cleaning these up, but that's not my problem. So Microsoft is hosting this stuff for me. The exe is also the JUCE-based. Also, note how not huge that file is. It's 2.82 megs. I'm kind of delighted by that, because that suggests that I can still build things using a full graphical framework, and it's not that astronomically bigger than everything else I do. This is, of course, assuming it does work. So I don't know whether this works. If it doesn't work, I'm not personally able to fix it on the spot for you, but we're moving in that direction. So, furthermore, there's something else too. If I make changes today and I'm able to put up a new version with awesome new things, which is kind of on the agenda, that's kind of what I'm after today for doing, and I push that to GitHub, it will automatically build a new version which will produce artifacts that you can then download. So if you're watching this stream and I'll probably have to keep saying that, you will be able to use what I make today without waiting. So that's neat. I have never actually worked with anything quite like that before. It reminds me of like what Sudara wanted to accomplish with the whole continuous integration thing. This idea of being able to push changes to the GitHub repository and have it automatically build your stuff and be able to do that on the fly. It does mean that if I make a mistake and I push the thing and then you download it and use it, the mistake will be in whatever you built. But it appears that their older versions do also stay as long as it is actually building. So with that, I feel like we're going to jump in. And I am quite interested in figuring out what is causing the AU to crash, because I don't honestly know what's going on there. But that's perhaps for another day, or certainly it's going to be another story. And so here we are. This is the most recent changes. I've got some other minor changes in that my coffee today, I am refining the recipe for Airwindows Bitey Coffee along the same lines that Electrical Audio does their fluffy coffee. I prefer to do Bitey Coffee, so it's got some things in common, but the basic concept is slightly different in that fluffy coffee is all about the milk and not being able to taste any of the coffee in there. And it's got a lot of added sugar, and it's basically a lot of maple syrup, which is an interesting thought. I should get some and try it. I live in Vermont. We have all the maple syrup in the world. Hey, Tacky Bunker. And a good amount of cinnamon added to the espresso grind before they run the espresso. Bitey Coffee, which is my variation on the theme, it's cinnamon and stevia. So there is a sweetening thing added to it, but that's because I just kind of like having it there. And it's stevia because I don't want to eat lots of sugar and gain weight. I try to resist that. If I am taking on sugar, I would like it to be in the form of delicious ice cream. I'm a fan of a local ice cream maker, and so I would just as soon only take in, naughty things like sugar and too much milk fat in the form of ice cream and not bother with it in every conceivable way of taking in food. And then the other recipe for the Bitey Coffee is your cinnamon and cayenne. And that's from the ice cream maker, because the ice cream maker makes a flavor called Acapulco Cocoa. It's Walpole Creamery, and you kind of have to go there to be able to get this stuff. It's not in supermarkets. They can't really put that in supermarkets. People would freak out. But that is a chocolate ice cream with cinnamon and cayenne added. And it is so good that I used the basic concept, and now I have Bitey Coffee. Also, for a while there, I was putting B vitamins out of those sort of B vitamin capsules you can get in the supermarket. This little green-brown powder, which is basically B vitamin. I used to drink energy drinks, and I ended up having to stop because it doesn't really work very well for me to do that. But my rationalization was, well, it also contains B vitamins, and that will help. And so I add B vitamins to my Bitey Coffee mix. And then you put a little bit of it in with the coffee grounds, and off you go. So I have that going now today, and we will see whether we have a wonderful inspirational day of not having too many of the Bitey coffees. That is another difference. The idea is Electrical Audio called it fluffy coffee and strongly suggested that nobody should ever question drinking more and more and more of them until you explode. And then unfortunately, Steve Albini basically did. So we're not going to go that way. Bitey Coffee contains within the name the idea that, yes, it will turn and bite you. You do have to manage your interacting with this stuff rather than hiding it and pretending that it's like milk. and then pretending that it's like milk from out of Clockwork Orange, which is basically a pretty darn good description. Moloko is what they invented. And then drinking far too many of them and exploding. I've got way too much to do to mess around with exploding from doing drugs, which coffee does count as that. It's also been an interesting morning because I ran into some of the audio software business drama, because there is a place I have found that is sort of a I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because that would be wrong, but suffice it to say that plugin makers and audio software makers, there are private hangouts for such people, which I ended up getting invited to, and that's very cool. But in such places, you do find people being like, so what's with the double processing? What's with the double precision? And a bunch of people think that it's complete nonsense. And more than just me think, okay, this is relevant in this context, and it means this, and it doesn't mean that, so on and so forth. And then get completely stampeded by the fact that people are going to say, well, this is just bullcrap. And I got involved in a conversation like that because it was asked, like, who here even uses double processing? So I said, well, gosh, I do. I'm all about that stuff. And I wasn't the only one, but I was one of the more notable ones. And then this other fellow is like, I'm just going to refer people to Airwindows. I'm going to implement a checkbox that says 64-bit and it does nothing. If you're watching, Guy, don't. People can check. You can just run a bit meter and see whether you're doing that to troll people or not. So that there's nothing to win from doing that. Just don't do it. But I went and I looked up who this guy was, and he's a synth maker who's doing stuff that Ben Jordan has just been featuring recently. So that basically told me everything. That is a whole thing regarding what kind of person makes a synth that looks like it's a video game versus what kind of person makes 400 plugins, none of which have a GUI at all, and they're nothing but sliders. You could say that we're serving different audiences. But the interesting thing is what can be learned from that context. Because kind of like, as long as I'm talking, the way that works is I can make just audio only stuff and pointedly lean against trying to impress anybody with graphics. And that's been good positioning. Like, that's what I do. I've put a lot of effort into optimizing for that, and I think I've got the results from doing that, where there is doubtless more to be learned, but I've laid the foundation for the kind of work that I do in the process of doing that stuff. What I haven't done is worked on how does it affect a music creator or mix creator, which is another form of music making, just as much as if you were modulating the brightness of your violin. If you're mixing, you're modulating the brightness of all your individual tracks, etc. What does it do when you interact with a creator in that way, such as you're inspiring them differently and causing them to make different choices based on what your interface presents them? That's a really relevant question, because everything that I've ever done is bent over backwards to lean in one direction, like my little tagline of "in mix, no one can hear your screen." And that is very true. And this Ben Jordan reviewed synthesizer, I spent some of the time listening to his review in the other room, so I couldn't see what anything was doing. And it sounded like a soft synth to me. And that's not the whole story. It's not just what noises that makes. It's also like, what does that cause you to do? Which is a really relevant question. and one that I have as yet not really handled. I don't really do stuff in that area of like, what does this cause the user to do? Instead, I do only the highest quality audio, which I'm legitimately doing my level best to try to do. I feel I know well enough as to how to manage that. But I'm not manipulating the interface in such a way as to make the user act a certain way. While at the same time, like bouncing over to our graphics, at the same time, I've got stuff like this. And so what I can do is load up something. And let's say you'll be inspired to do your techno music track better if you use this font. And let's just say that that's the one that I keep remembering it. There's many other fonts I could choose. I could pick any font on my system, but that one comes to mind because I've repeatedly used it. And our interface should look like this. And our user LED color should be blue. And track color amount won't do anything in Twisted Wave anyway. And so now what I've got going on is a system where I can open up a effect like this one. And this is where I left off, is what I was working on. And it is drawing stuff in the replacement font, or at least I think it is. Well, I can find out. No, impact. And save. And let's see if the font thing is still working or if I need to work on that. Oh, interesting. I stand corrected. I seem to have done something where user font isn't doing the thing anymore. But I do have a fix. Yeah, I'll be getting back into this. It's not necessarily the first thing I meant to do today, but I'll be getting back into this. Let's save that, and then I'll be able to demonstrate my point if this works. Interesting, and apparently it does not. Okay, well, no worries. I can't demonstrate my font because this, which is not out and which you don't actually get to download, unlike the meter, isn't working the way it should. But I was able to update the color. So the idea there is, if you were doing this sort of thing and it was more inspirational for the user if their background was gray and the things on the meters blink in blue rather than red, which seems to have also updated the thumb color, so that's cool. Well, then you'd be optimizing for the user by letting them do something that they would find exciting. And that's also what I'm doing with regard to developing my meter plugin, because in highlighting what the peak energy does so aggressively, what I'm doing is making people think about that and care about it. Again, you can see on the actual graphic display that our sounds for this thing are in fact taking up the full range. That is going to full loudness on a pretty consistent basis. Although if you zoom in, you don't see as much in the way of like modern loudness war style clippage, but you do see where the loudness runs out. But when you actually play it, what you see is it is telegraphing the information that lives in here and even giving you some extra feedback Hey, Game Boy. King Camel. Yeah, I'm not an Instagram man. So it's showing you this, and it's giving you a little bit of feedback in the sense of this could be optimized, you know, this could be better. You could make these spots show up. And so one of the things I want to do today is work on adding a additional level of information having to do with the fact that I'm calling it hit record meter. What I want to do is add some additional level of information, which is a dial that goes up, basically. And where I put it, maybe I'll put it on the slew meter or something. I'll put it somewhere. I could put it across the entire range of the meter. That might be interesting. But a dial that goes up so that people who are trying to optimize for this will see an additional level of feedback, that it will draw a thing that will work as a score, because people will react to a score by trying to get the high score. And I'll remind you that one of the things about this, let's check this. Is that the hit record meter is actually solving for a situation that's like a natural phenomenon. This is registering as a hit record and it's rain. As is this. As is this, maybe less so. So the middle one might be optimal. Either this one or this one. And I have a theory as to why that is. I think it is, you know, not to put the cart before the horse, I think that the reason our ears gravitate towards this sound is because in evolution, as animals, we evolved to be able to hear problems or good things or whatever, and we have to hear through natural acoustic sound. One of the sounds is rain. Rain has happened for eons. And anything with ears that's able to take sound waves in and make choices based on those things has to be able to resolve that stuff. So we evolve around making choices on this literal noise. That suggests that rather than it being invalidated by the fact that the hit record meter registers on the sound of rain, that's more like a target area where if you are mixing your hit record to wildly be different from such a natural familiar sound that our ears are intended to be able to decode, you're making a mistake. And that's the tangible reason why hit records gravitate towards this. And that is, funnily enough, there have been records of rain and seashores and such things, which is white noise sources over a wide physical range, meaning that some of your sounds are going to be quite close up. For instance, in that, you see that there is little spikes, and those are very nearby raindrops. But the body of it is exactly the same kind of sound-producing event over a range of physical space from right up next to you to really far away. And that ties into the work I'm doing with discontinuity, where if you model the sound of physical space, people like it better than, you know, your hyperpop kind of thing. So all of that is quite interesting, and we will get back to this. I do see that it has in fact read the user color, but we're not doing the font properly. And what we're going to do today is dive into the UI here. Like here is the place where this would be the part that's not actually working correctly, so I probably can work on this alongside the other stuff. Like here's literally where it's not loading the font correctly. So I am interested in solving that one. At this time, I'm not really quite sure what went wrong. So we'll see here. I can do some of this stuff on the fly, like so let's see. If I instead do this and build it, then I think I'd better build it while the app is literally off. Then fire it up again. So if this is now the new font, that part will have worked. And interestingly, that's not, is it? So I'm going to take a moment and look in my folder, see whether there's anything I should know about here. That is the most recent version, so I'm a bit puzzled there. And then let's also update Airwindows globals, which it's supposed to be able to read. Doesn't need to be all caps. So Airwindows globals is now asking it to do impact. It's probably reading this, so good enough there. We'll put the LED back to red again. We'll save that. And then our fall through is going to be Metal Mania. And now I want to build this and see if it does either impact or Metal Mania or neither of those. Because if it's that, then I'm really missing something. And again, the thing that I want to do today is not this. The thing that I want to do is working on the actual meter, but I just stumbled over this problem. That looks slightly different, but it doesn't look like either impact or Metal Mania, so that's a little worrying. Oh, maybe if I resize. No. It's drawing absolutely fine, but it's not doing the font thing properly. So there's a problem. Let's see if maybe Airwindows look and feel, because I've made a change here. On the close of this, it sets the look and feel to a null pointer. I don't know why that would affect the font. And yet, the font is affected. The last time I worked on this, the font updated and worked. Now that I've made that one change, and who knows what else, get current font no longer is updating. So it is time to find a G. See, here's where we're drawing, is G get current font is what it's loading. So I should be able to show something. It'll try to do the host track name. So tell you what, let's do something else in this to try to unearth what's going on. G get current font as a string, or maybe it just returns a string. Let's find out. You set things, but can we load things? From string. Okay, so that's a setter method. When it says this, when it says from string, that's almost certainly meaning make it be this thing. So there's a place where we can do it. Fallback font name, fallback font style, get typeface style. See, font. Returns the typeface. Well, what happens if you just only do get current font without any of this other stuff? Is that even a thing? Is that a string? In other words, no, I guess not. So we load this, but now what I'm looking for is something in here which is saying a string, but it's not a set typeface, it's a get. That should give me a string. That's what I was looking for. So now we'll quickly build this, and when it paints, it should replace the string hit record meter with the name of whatever font this is, which is neither of the ones I intended. And then we'll see what that means, because this is probably the way to fix this latest bug. And then I'm going to want to go into gain and do it there as well, because it'll be the same. So let's see. So what font do you think you are, after all? Oh, okay, it thinks it is just sans serif. So it does not have any idea what font it actually is, which probably means that I'm not setting a font in Airwindows look and feel, and so it's falling back to that. So I need to do a new thing to make this actually work. Let's just get rid of that. That has told me everything I need to know. And here is where we would be setting something else. So let's see. Can we access G get current font here? No, we don't actually have a graphics content in here. If we don't, can we access just get current font all by itself? No, apparently not. Interesting. There's other places we can do this, but I need to pass it into the part of JUCE where it knows what it's doing. So we can do JUCE : stuff, for instance, fonts. Oh, no capitalization on that, thank you. There we go. We'll fix that. And then we're going to be setting rather than getting. And we're going to be setting it to our default. Oh, I wonder whether I should be putting it inside here. Check this out. This might be the thing. Maybe it wants this. Oh, but it doesn't have a member called that. So what does it have if it doesn't have that? Well, we can set these things. We can set typeface name, so that's probably what we want. Yeah, there's no current font, but there is a thing that would work. I just don't seem able to override the default, but this might be the correct way of doing it. Hey, Jonathan. However, is that still a problem? If this one worked, does this one work all by itself? No. Interesting. Without an object argument. Okay, so if I was doing this, what would it want me to give it? Const string face name. So it's going to want new font. You can download the meter as it existed this morning. I'm still working on it, so by the end of the day, there will be a new version. You can download the meter. Go and do it. You're seeing a DMG file on GitHub. That's the link that I provided. And yeah. Yes, go forth and download this. You can start playing with it now too. I can't guarantee that it'll work though. Consider it a preview. So in the context in which we are in, we can do things having to do with fonts. These are methods. I'm probably going to see set default sans serif typeface name in here. Oh, but that's interesting. Okay, so let's look for typeface. So that's the thing I was using, but it didn't work. So here's where we started. We can also put in an explicit string here. So now if I do this, it won't actually be a sans serif typeface at all. That is now a serif typeface, but I don't think it's going to work. Hey, Game Boise. Well, thank you for your efforts. That's literally what I'm using right now. Yep. That's pretty much the same. What that suggests is that this is not where I'm running into trouble. Like I was already doing this. I was setting it up like this. That also suggests that I'm not actually having a problem with this part. this is all still working. What's not working is something that I did or something that has changed has caused default sans serif typeface to be lost between doing this and anything else. It's a useful state of affairs to have arrived at because this also gives me some ideas as to what I can do. I was just able to say what host track name, it becomes like, let's see, what did I say before? Get current font is actually not the one that I'm thinking of. We have no access to anything called typeface in here, although that's probably case sensitive. No. So basically, what we're doing here is trying to figure out why it isn't giving me the font anymore. Because it sort of should be. I feel like it should be. And yeah, it was get current font that was causing me problems. So, G. And then I followed that with things like get typeface name. And that gave me this. So if I do that, it just says sans serif. So if what I need to do in this graphics context is see, here's paint, JUCE graphics. Yeah, the trouble with the Game Boy Z input is that it's a bunch of ideas bouncing around. I may have already thought of them, or it's just kind of stuff. Like, I would say the directedness of your suggestions, Game Boy Z, is sometimes not as directed as they might otherwise be. What I'm wondering with this is, do I have a graphics context in the creator of all of this? So we got a creator and a destructor. C uses different names for those things, but I'm going to call them a creator and destructor at this moment. The challenge with hanging out with Game Boy Z is that I wind up with my head filled with all kinds of words and suggestions that don't actually relate to what JUCE actually does. What we have here is G being passed in as the JUCE overall graphics context. The question is, can we do things in the graphics context in the creator? Also, we do have stuff being defined in Airwindows look and feel. Like, I feel like let's see. So I did under here something to do with the font. I can't see it right now, so I have to scroll down. Get current font. So do I have access to that? No, but do I have access to G? Weirdly, no. Weirdly, I do not. I do not have access to that. It's not going to do it. But in Paint we do. Not only that, I have access to stuff that I defined in Airwindows look and feel, which arrived at the font name eventually. So while we're in the process of doing this, let us look at this area. One minute warning on ads for people who experience those. And it looks like we're able to just set the font directly. With one of the things that we made, like this LED color and stuff. So it's going to be, I think we've got a string in here somewhere. Let's find out. Boy, that's actually more tricky than I thought. Why have I only got things like default color or using name image, LED color, but I don't see my font string? What's going on with that? If I go back to here, new font. So do we dispose of it somehow? Oh, I bet I know. Yeah, okay, here's the problem. This produces things that can be used inside this whole class. These are things that can be available inside the class. This stuff is only available inside here. See the little parentheses there and then these brackets? So all the stuff we do in here is setting colors, it's setting things, but we're not actually creating the string new font. Instead, we're creating it only within this context. The angle brackets are a context. So once we're out of this, we're still using this stuff. But then once we're out of this angle brackets, that variable goes away. We don't have new font anymore. So we need to define it down here. And we'll just cut that right out. And I don't think we need any of those other things, but we do sure need this. And then if I put it here, it will go back to usable again, because now it has it, but then so does the rest of the program. And here's where we can start doing something useful. Because set default sans serif typeface name no longer works, but we do in fact have this font, so we can set the graphics context. We can put this back to this, but it's going to live somewhere else because this no longer works. Like this doesn't do anything anymore. And that makes it less than helpful. But do the sanity check for that. And put it not here, but in plugin editor. I do need to add another semicolon onto that, which I will do in a moment. And we're just going to always check to see whether it's a real thing or not. And that's interesting. So I don't know why it's saying operator bool is a private member of JUCE string. I should be giving it a string. Let's do that again and see if it gives us any clues if I set it up manually. Okay, so const font new font. What that suggests is that I can and that has nothing to do with my naming of it. It's just saying that, but see, also, I'm not really thinking in terms of fonts because fonts come in multiple typefaces. And what I'm really looking to do is set the typeface. But I don't have an option for that. I only have the option for a font of some kind, I think. Yeah, so we need to manufacture a JUCE font out of the word that is a JUCE string. And that's the word I have available to work with. Kind of like this. Interesting. This looks like the one I'm going to want. So I can produce one of these. This is a creator. See, it's in the little parentheses, so it makes something. Or at least that's what that method does, basically. And so with that one, I can fill in the typeface name. I have that as Airwindows look and feel new font. It's going to want a font height. That's a little weird. I don't know why either, Jonathan. Yeah, that stuff's not going to be useful. Let's see what we can do. Like I'm pretty sure that if I set style flags to be 0, that's going to give me something. I also feel like I have access to the height of the string, but I'm a little concerned that I don't have the one that I had set up in the first place. That seems weird. Let's go with this one. And then this is going to need to be, like, I got this information out of it. elsewhere. That's going to be get current font, get height. See, I did that. So this is becoming somewhat circular. I fear it might be breaking what I've got, but I do feel that style flags, I'm pretty sure I can set 0 and it's going to be fine. That means no bold, no italic. I do need the semicolon there. We know that this one is not working or happy, so I probably don't even need to bother having that there. That's clearly not going to be a thing. And now we're going to build it and see whether we get anything out of it. It did build. The question is it honoring this font or not? What are we getting? We have set it to impact. That worked. Are we in fact reading? Yes, we are. Not only that, that looks about the right size. So that's cool. So let's save this. And now if we reopen it, we should have Macroma. Nice. Not only that, the vertical positioning of it seems okay. I'm only wondering whether if I start resizing, is it going to work? Yeah. I feel like that is doing a good job of positioning. So I am happy with that part, which also means we can get rid of it using the name for the title of the window, because now we don't need to do that. The problem got solved. But what we do need to do is use this stuff and apply it to gain, because what we were doing does not actually work until we make this change. Let's double check it. I'm pretty sure G set font falls through to, there's a test I also must do here. So yeah. That looks to be working. Satisfied with that one. And we're going to, where did that key go? Where did that key go? I just hit a key and it didn't show up. I don't like that. Here we go. So now we have two dummy names where it's busted. It's not asking for a real font. I need to see what it does under those circumstances, because I believe the JUCE stuff falls through to a working functional thing if you give it a busted name. And I have to make it work with that because, yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's the default sans serif. Fair enough. Because I am intentionally setting it up so that people can type in whatever they want. And it is very possible that they will make a mistake, in which case it needs to do something correct. So it got there. We got there. Probably don't need to run that. Now I need to update gain. This has much the same stuff in it. So where were my changes? Here's one of them. No. Here's one of them. This needs to live here. And not here. And then when I go into Plugin Editor, here's the lines that we need to have. And I feel like there must be something else. Didn't I have some? I tried to put stuff up here and it didn't work. So it would actually be up here that we have no need to do this anymore because we're doing that elsewhere. So this is the part that needs to be removed. And we can save that and we can build it. And presumably it's going to build. At which point, if I run gain, it should be also in Macroma. Bingo. Got there. Oh, weirdly. Okay. We're not done. Look at that. That is not drawing properly, is it? The knobs need to also have this. Also, let me take a little moment and try to find out how to open link in new window. Here's our artifacts. That is me downloading it. That is me downloading the exe. Yeah, I disagree, Jonathan. And I wonder whether I in fact do need this. If so, I'll put it back in meter as well, although it wouldn't be used in meter. Let's see what we got now that we have that. Oh, okay, so we made a change, but it didn't actually propagate to the button. So that bit that I just changed in there, still not helpful. It's still not doing the right thing. So rather than go back to this, which stopped working elsewhere, we need to go back to this where there's a place that we set a font and check it. Well, now that actually makes me curious. I wonder if there's something that I can do. Before continuing to fix my problems, let's try and fix your problems. Oh, I see something else. It's not going to be that. It's going to be this. So where is the solution? You see, the trouble with this is that I'm going to need to make this available to the public. No, don't worry about that, Game Boy Z. We have another problem. So let's just take a minute. This is not good advice for me to do. I'm not the person you want doing this particular thing. I'm not qualified for doing it. I don't know how to do it, and I'll probably do it wrong, but I have some idea as to what I'm supposed to be trying to do. This is what's supposed to be done. Use releases, create a latest release in your repository, add the job to your workflow. I don't know how to do that at all. And then use this thing, whatever this is. You can click on it, so let's find out. That's somebody else's thing. To upload your artifact to the latest step. I'm also, let me find out, like Sodara has access to this stuff. I'm given to understand that there's a way of dealing with it. So let me see if he's there. He's online. Good morning. My users are tripping over GitHub's artifacts as they don't have GitHub accounts. So I'm going to mention that to Sodara, who is waking up. No guarantees whether this is going to be fixed in this stream. I know stuff I can do in this stream. This might not be one of those things. But I know what's going on. I have a rough idea of how to fix it without really having any idea of how to fix it. And I know what we'll have to do. I'll keep you posted. Don't worry about trying, like, if you're a developer with a GitHub account, you probably can use it. That is a small number of people. So let's see. So we're doing that there. But we also need to do it, oh, but we don't actually have the, I need to be doing this in Gain. So I copied that out of there, but I can put it in here. Here's the meter, or a cut down version of the meter anyway. And here's the stuff I was going to be working on perhaps today, because that is a also 1 minute warning on ads. Here's stuff I'll be replacing when I implement the linear slider stuff. But then here is where I draw the rotary slider, and this is where I need to do the font things. So since we're not able to set a default sans serif font anymore for no reason that I can understand, we will see whether or not, and do I even need to specify this? We're inside an Airwindows look and feel method. So that means I should be able to, well, I wonder whether I really need to do that check though. Knowing that it will fall back through to a sans serif font if it's dead and not working. So I shouldn't need to set it to that or in the other place. So now we're setting those two things. And I'll also go back to plugin editor here. Same deal. I don't really think I need to force it to be JUCE. I feel like if we don't have anything specified, and I can start it out as that, if this fails somehow, it can fall through to just default sans serif. I'm fine with that. Do I have it set up so that it tries to be JUCE if it doesn't have anything else? Hey, John Dub. Hee. If you think Consolidated has a lack of fancy UI, you don't know my plugins very well. There will be others, but today we're actually working on the fancy GUI. So let's default new, well, no, we can't do that, can we? Here's what we're looking at. We've just made a new font in this place. We're not actually testing it for default values anywhere. If that default value, I should be at least starting it out as JUCE, but if I do that, it will neither load the user font value from Airwindows Globals, nor will it load a named font value if we have a custom one for particular kinds of plugin. So here's the deal. I need to check to see whether it's an empty string. If eGetString attribute value, so it'll try to load user font. It'll try to load named font. And then if it is, so if it can load named font, it will do that regardless of what it is. If it's an empty string, then it'll try to load user font first. If it can do neither of those things, presumably it's still going to be an empty string, which I think I can do by taking the string out of Airwindows Global. So first, let's see whether we can test that. So here we have my chroma, my Sharona. And we'll do gain. And that is my chroma, and we're not actually applying it here because we haven't built the modifications that we made yet. So firstly, let's quit out of that. Now we've got it so that at no point are we specifying that the default is JUCE, which I'd like it to fall through on if nothing has been done. Oh, Game Boise. Yeah, anybody else who is following along with me, don't worry about. People are allowed to throw weird feedback if they want. It's not really trolling. I think Game Boise is actually trying to help. it doesn't necessarily refer to anything that's actually going to work, and that's fine. Though half of my ideas are like that too. Let's see, save. We'll build. That should build an instead. Oh, hello. Build failed. Why is build failed? Not only that, why isn't it pointing me to where the build failed? Try again. What's this talk of build failed? You can't really see it, but this is what is being shown. It's being shown as undefined symbol, and it's only in the AU, and that's interesting. Sudara says artifacts are only downloadable for logged in users. We both forgot about that. Huh. So I have to make a GitHub tag, but that seems like a thing that could perhaps be done. So tag and description. Oh, I've got a link from Sudara. Boop. Oh, hey, it's in the README. Check it out. This was already in the Pample Juice info. So I'm going to follow those instructions. Sudara is fine because the instructions that have already been written down should do it. So, yeah, it's covered. I'm going to take a moment to say you're awesome to Sudara. You're awesome, and I'm on it, which I am. Bear with me, and don't be worried by Game Boy 3 just typing stuff in chat. That's fine. You know, the kinds of things that oh, I will have to push a update, but that's fine. There was an update that needed to be pushed anyway. So let's see. So git commit, git tag. Okay, so here is how I'm trying to follow along with this advice. It looks like this stuff is done in the Git interface. It looks like this stuff is done. I'm going to speak with Sudara about this. I can absolutely do this. I have never used git tag anything before. So let's see. So I'm going to need to remember that stuff, but I do at least know how to look it up. So I'm in the meter repo. is I have yet to set a tag. Sudar will know the answer to this question, so we are almost ready to roll. I will use exactly the same syntax that Sudara is using. And we're going to do entirely separate pushes. It's going to wait for me to ask for a password, and that's fine. It's going to do that for the, okay, so now the code is up to date. And now we're going to do a separate push for the tags. Okay. So it responded asterisk new tag V002 to V002. I'm not sure where it got the original 002 because I only just told it to do that. Probably because that's the first time I did it. That means there is now a tag, and that probably is going to make the thing work. Sudara might also be jumping on stream, so big welcome if he does. And that would be the stuff that I'm missing. Hey, and we probably have it sorted out to where that is now going to give you the downloadable things. I'm not absolutely sure, but I think it's very likely that we got that. You got to wait for about 10 minutes. It has to build. And it's the original link that I gave you is not going to be the one that it does this time. So I'll have to give you a new link, but I will do that. I will do that as soon as needed. And with that, we're going to run back into the realms of the gain plugin, where we're trying to make all of it update to the correct font, because when I was using set the default sans serif font, between the last time I used it and now, it stopped working for no reason. Yep, I should think it would be. And let's see now. So we're going to save this. I just altered that. Oh, and I remember, see, this is what was happening, is I'm building all, and all of a sudden I have an undefined symbol of underscore Airwindows look and feel with no real way of finding out why. Oh, hang on. No, I do need it to be there. There we go. So what's happening is in some of the builds it's doing this, but honestly I think in this, since I am in Airwindows look and feel already, it really doesn't want me to also specify that. So what I'm going to say is I need to take that reference out. I bet that's going to solve it. Got there. And that's not the one that I just uploaded, so that one should be safe. And now we're going to see, first of all, here is the meter that I uploaded. It is, in fact, using what's in the Airwindows globals. I was going to test to see what happens if you don't give it a legitimate font. I think that's worth testing. But before then, let's see if it even worked at all. And those are all Macromas. So the new update does give you the updated font type for each place that it drew. Again, in case Sidara, you weren't on the early stream, I started that this morning wanting to work on meter, and it wasn't honoring the font because what I had, which was in the beginnings of Airwindows UI, it set the default sans serif font in here, and that stopped working for no reason that I can see. And so I put it into Paint and moved the variable to where it could find it in Airwindows Look and Feel, and the problem I just ran into was I also tried to refer to it here, and I was referring to the class from inside the class, and so it wanted me to just use this. So there we are. So that wasn't what I was going to work on, but that was in fact what I worked on. And honestly, I think I want to hang around for long enough to see people react to the hopefully public release now that I know that I can add a tag. And then what we're going to do is go in, not this is still gain. I do still need to do this. This needs to be horizontal sliders designed in the way that my rotary slider is. Probably even still including tilt, but perhaps not. I haven't decided yet. But really what I had in mind was going into Airwindows UI here, and we need to calculate out a way of further exploring this hit record thing I'm talking about, because it should be possible to make like a graphic that goes across the whole meter, and it will be a number go up situation where it's like, does your record have enough hit record mojo to make this line being drawn across the meter go up? And all that will really mean is people will stop doing loudness war, and then they should be fine, and further optimization shouldn't do them any harm. Let's see. Yeah. So we did, in fact, pass tags. And so we're waiting and seeing whether this is doing the thing. And so here's the question. If we're drawing across this whole thing, what else can we draw? And I was going to ask you about this Sidara at some other time, although if you like, I can just leave that to another day. I'm going to have plenty to work on today. But I'm very curious as to whether having this in Paint means I am drawing every single thing longhand, even when it's not actually being used. Like, I feel like I should be able to make an off-screen bitmap and then only draw the line that's being rendered. And then I'm pretty sure that JUCE is going to happily only repaint the stuff that's needed. Sidara directed me towards a useful tool that I could use to see what's actually being updated. And I wasn't quite up to speed on knowing how to follow through on that, so I'm not sure I'm going to jump on that unless, again, like Sidara is here watching, or was, so if you'd like me to angle my pursuits towards anything, I'm more than happy to do so. Right now, what I want to do is draw something. And so here we have all of our dots and things. Here's where we draw peaks and stuff. there's a left and right. Yeah, so my general point being, oh, it was already open. Hi. My general point being, I'm able to do this, and judging from other plugins from people that I think, we can do this all day long. And it's updating at about 24 FPS. Well, it's updating a Loon line about 24 FPS. But what it might very well be doing is re-rendering the entire meter from top corner to bottom corner, whether there's been new stuff drawn on there or not, every single frame. And modern computers are so fast they can do that. I'm just wondering whether, since all of this is very static, you can do something else. Because I know from working with PampleJuice and the ability to draw things like these meters, we've got melatonin in here. It's not in meter because there are no controls, but this is going to be very useful to me. And you can see that we're able to resize and set things or move them. I've just done something weird to that. There's my control for adjust this. So with this tool, we're able to adjust all of these things, but I'm pretty sure that there's also something in there for seeing whether stuff is repainting. Like we've got visible, enabled, alpha, opaque, and we've got an FPS meter. So our interface is running at about 60 FPS. And I think this thing up in the top corner is actually going to take me to a website. I'm not entirely sure about that, but yep. Yeah, so that gets me to the Melatonin Inspector website. I tend to not have things that launch web browsers in my plugins, but I think it's very appropriate for this one to have. And the idea there is that we can select things and maybe see also there were when I was working on this and was doing stuff like updating colors, I found that you could do stuff, and it's still true in some cases for Reaper. Like I can move stuff from one channel to another in Reaper, and what it'll do is it will update the track color that I'm using, and it won't update it across the entire plugin. It will update maybe like the background color, and then the knobs will stack and probably even show that. I wouldn't be surprised if I could. Let's see. So quit out of here. Fire up Reaper. I believe I can actually demonstrate this. Here is where I was talking about. Here's the color amount. That is going to be enough. Bear with me a moment while I get my head straight on these things, and then all I got to do is quick add the gain VST3, open it, and this is a running plugin. That's why this is being drawn in black, is because we've got the thumbs updating, and then I actually have to feed audio into it on the track that it's on for them to light up. But then when I drag it over, that time it updated everything. Option drag it. But what I was finding happen sometimes, and apparently not right now, I was finding that I could update it. It would update certain things and not others, and then if I swiped the mouse across it, that would force it to repaint the things the mouse swiped across. Right now, it's technically doing what you'd want it to do. But there was a time when I was using it and it was not updating, not repainting literally everything in the interface. And it has decided to go back to doing exactly what you'd want, as if to say, what, me worry? No problem. who says there was ever a problem. Everything's fine. And so that's its jam, I guess. And again, we can make these things, these thumbs, update and flash because that's part of what it's designed to do. Ooh, and we're still working on getting you the download. So Dara mentions that the Linux is red or failing. Maybe that's a tag-related thing. Like it was making me some artifacts, but I guess it needs to do all of the artifacts in order to do that. So is there something that we can do that would shut that off? Let's quit out of here for now. I failed to demonstrate the thing I was talking about, but take my word for it that sometimes if not all of a JUCE plugin updates at once, if you're in there and can do that, can you push a button? I'm more than happy to do anything on my end that I need to do. Right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to focus on the meter drawing thing that I was talking about. And maybe let's start with... thank you. Maybe let's start with declaring a variable. Because here's the thing. I want a single variable that's covered by all of this stuff. I think it should be, may as well be a float. It could be an int, honestly. There's no reason it couldn't be. Maybe that would be good. Let me have a quick gander at this and see whether we're drawing stuff in floats or ints. Filrect float count times dx 200 float minus peak r times dy. That looks to me like gfilrect wants to be floats. So we'll just run with that. Meaning that the permanent variable I'm keeping may as well also be. And it's going to act kind of like a compressor. Hey, user 4306. Yeah. The thing that I'm using in Reaper, I'm finding the same thing, is it's never intended to sync with the DAW. Understand that part. At no point do I have this working in a way that it's meant to be syncing with the DAW. I wouldn't mind having the meter stop moving. But my experience is that in Twisted Wave, it stops moving when you're not using it. And when you're in a DAW, it is in fact always moving. So user 4306, if you know how to make that not do that, I'd be happy to incorporate that today. And we can build it again and we can see what we get. In the absence of knowing how to make it stop doing that, I'm not going to be able to help you because I don't know how to make it stop doing that either, unfortunately. So let's see. So here's our Airwindows meter. Here are the variables that have to do with drawing that meter. Yeah. In that case, we're in the same boat there. It's doing the same thing to me. If I ever do learn how to make it not do that and have it only move when the transport is moving, I absolutely will. That is something that I would like to also do. Right now, I'm thinking of a different separate thing. And let me see whether I can do that part. So after all these ints, let's do but I don't want it, do I? I would like a float. There, haha. Ooh, interesting. I don't know if, like, the question becomes, sticking with the DAW playhead, would that, because I have a fixed size for calculating to make each individual line of the display line up with a RMS calculation. So it needs to not have the window match the DAW playhead, but I'm quite happy to have it move or not move. Let me see if I can get access to this just derping around right here. Like, what happens if I try to Aha. So that's a class and that's a method. The method is not actually telling me anything, nor do I really have any further information in here. But what I can do is raise that in an appropriate place and then see whether I'm trying to figure out where I would be running this, because clearly that's the class, that's the method, so I do dot and then I get other options, which might include being able to turn that on or off. So, well, there's plugin processor, but I don't actually care about that part nearly as much as I care about plugin editor, because that runs the GUI and plugin processor processes the audio data. So, where are we running Airwindows UI? Because here we've got in here, like what's happening with this is here's my paint. And here is push increment is where we draw a new frame. And that's where data position increments. I'm pretty sure that if we're not pushing increment, it doesn't do that. And we're pushing increment from inside plugin processor. It's sort of all down at the bottom here. Every time the RMS count gives me a new one, we're running a new thing. So basically in doing this, we're like stacking up values, like audio UI message MSG. So each time we hit this, we're putting messages on the stack. So what would be going on here? Oh, when we do audio to UI push message, that's when we put stuff on the stack. So we're kind of doing them one at a time. But let's see what happens. If we're doing this, but this is conditional. As I can test this too, I have Reaper. That's my preferred DAW. So if haha, that's available in here. So what else do we have available, or do we even need to? And that would be the terminology to access that. Transport play, bool should start playing, should start recording. Those I don't actually need. I don't need to do control transport. I don't need to start or stop the audio. Don't need to do any of those things. What I need is it actually playing? Get position, that's overall, that's a destructor. Okay, there's a problem. Maybe audio playhead, okay, I can't get to there from there. Nope. Ah, position info. Let's try to find that. So we're going to do get playhead, which presumably gives me this object. Yep, returns the object. And then position info struct. Well, I remember I had to do this syntax to get this part. Case sensitive? No. Okay, get playhead. Let's try get position. Alrighty. I'm not sure if this syntax is right, but it's what it gave me. I'm distracted too. Don't worry about it. We're good. And it did give me something, so has value? Some of this operator stuff is probably not what I want. Also, what if, does it like this any better? Because it feels as if that's the sequence that it should be using. Oh, nope, it is a member reference is a pointer, so it is suggesting that I go back to the previous one. Cool. I'll take its word for it. And then this is, get position is not a pointer, so it's not asking for the same thing there. And then it has value. So the question becomes, and that's an assignment operator, so we don't want that. And then the reason this other stuff is going weird is because it kind of needs to be contained within brackets. So that's interesting. Get position has value. So that might be, well, let's give it a try. Game. It's the same. This is an object lesson for my friend above Game Boy Z. Oh, hang on. Stand corrected. Game Boy Z does exactly the same thing, going, oh, what about this? And thinking of something that might be appropriate. Sudara has more time under his belt working with these things, so your suggestions are probably going to deliver, but you're doing the same thing. Let's see if it works. That is a thing. Alrighty. And that's the same problem that my other friend runs into. Oh, but they're making a suggestion. Maybe it's a thing after all. Boop. Well, it's not having a problem. I think you're right. So yeah, there is an object lesson for Game Boy Z. Game Boy Z does exactly the same thing and doesn't have as much familiarity. And so Game Boy Z tends to suggest things that don't actually work or aren't there. But it's the same thing. It's like, well, what if this? What if that? What if the other? Now let's see if it worked. Can we build? I think I, in fact, just built. And I know that trolling the twisted wave is not actually going to pose a problem here. Because with twisted wave, and that's the wrong one. It's meter that I was wanting to look at. I just went to recent effects is what happened there. And we're able to run it. And we have a problem. We just stopped this one from working. Let's see whether the same thing is happening and we maybe need to reverse it or do something else. Because what that says is twisted wave is not sending that information. Let's see whether Reaper does the thing that we expect or not. Open it up, and Reaper is literally doing, let's see if it does literally the opposite. No, that's not the opposite. Yeah. Reaper is not honoring that thing, but we were able to make Twisted Wave be broken by doing that, so that's interesting. Yeah. So yeah, that was cool. Turns out it was not actually what I wanted because it's not doing the right thing. Instead, it's breaking an unrelated program that doesn't know what the playhead is, because that must be that it doesn't know what the playhead is. So yeah, this may well have been a good idea, but it has unfortunately fallen apart. And broken Twisted Wave, because Twisted Wave doesn't have this stuff. Yeah. So there we are. I am wondering whether like that part doesn't work, but here's the thing. Like that's the logical and. If get playhead at all, because I feel as if that being a connection to something, noise will tend to, and I see that you are clearly using the same meter I'm using. If you see a lot of blue points on there, you want to not necessarily just if you want to evaluate something accurately, try to clean up the noise or use stuff that doesn't have that kind of final noise. That said, there's a reason that the music of Burial hit people so strongly, that people fall madly in love with this guy's drum and bass music. It's great music, but that's also one of his favorite tricks. He loads everything up with background noise, and background noise acts a little bit like rainfall. It's a vibey sound. So let's see, first of all, if this even evaluates as a Boolean. Like, see, it says get playhead and so on. And usually if you're using the JUCE forms of doing these things, the empty parentheses aspect of it should return a Boolean value. No, Jonathan, no, it's not. So firstly, let's see whether it returns a Boolean value when used in Twisted Wave. And when Twisted Wave doesn't have one of those, yeah, it's not returning a Boolean value, so Twisted Wave is still not actually working. And this is our way of referring to things. So can I read whether this object exists or not? Because I feel like the object won't exist in Twisted Wave, but maybe it's some aspects of it. Let's see whether get position can exist. There's a method that says has value. Not much else. So, in theory, oh wait, let's make sure that we have our So what we want is not and. Yeah. So what I'm looking at is here. Like, we don't get here in Twisted Wave when it's not a thing. So has value. If it doesn't have a value, we want to fall through to we do in fact run this. So or. So if it doesn't have a value, in other words, has value is true or false, but we're inverting it, or is playing is true, meaning that if it does exist, it has a value, but it's not playing, then that should be stopping this part. The thing is, I don't think that's going to work because is playing wasn't actually making it do anything. So let's quickly run. We may actually be able to get the two-track editor to run. One way to find out. And I'm pretty sure if I simply comment this out, it will go back. But that's worth testing because so far we're nowhere. So having commented that out, now everything is back. And we're going to make sure that that's the thing that stopped it working, because it could have stopped working from something else that I missed. I'm moving around fairly quickly. I was creating a variable. If the variable mysteriously makes everything die, then that would explain why it wasn't working anymore. Okay, we're back in action. So we're going to want to use that. And I feel like the derailment into trying to make it, where the hell is, there we go. I feel like the derailment into trying to make Reaper not constantly play is good to do, but we're not getting anywhere with it. We basically want to not run this code if we're in Reaper and the playhead isn't moving. But we're running into a lot of problems getting there. So I feel like maybe that's not actually, like, it should have been able to, like, this is a logical OR. So in theory, if we do a get position has value, this shouldn't exist. So maybe it's a null. Like, here's the question. Like, JUCE optional. So let's dive back in. And I'm going to drag some of this over to elsewhere just so that I can work in a simpler form of this question. No more logic. Just have this Boolean in here and come up with a way of making Twisted Wave be able to see it at all. So this is now commented out. Now we only have one variable. Has value is true. Do a quick build. Yeah, Jonathan, one of the things I'm going to be trying to do with this is make a meter where people can download it and use it in the belief like, oh, this is a cool thing that I can use. Aha! So that actually still runs. So get playhead, get position has value is in fact true under this circumstance. Let's check to see whether we can test and find out whether that can be false. So it should not update using this. Sure enough, got there. So we do actually want to check for has value. And that seems to work in both places. But when we tested for is playing, we had a problem. So I wonder if literally all of this is being executed backwards. Back into here, we're still in a logical statement. Is playing is also being evaluated. Let's not even worry about that. Let's assume it's a Boolean, just like has value. And looks like, yeah, we need to have the additional paren in there. Fine. So that evaluates. This should build. This part of the logical comparison was actually true. The question is, if we do drawing this oxen, now it needs to satisfy both of those conditions. And in that case, if it satisfies both the conditions, we'll see it, but we don't. Does that mean that this is actually false or inverted in some way? Hang on, shift. So is playing a true or false thing? And in that case, are we using, let's build. And Jonathan, the thing that I'm shooting for is to be able to make a tool where people who really know what they're doing can make it sit up and do tricks. I put a lot of effort into this, and it's really a thing. Okay. So this is returning is playing false when it's playing. But it worked. Now let's see whether it does what we expect in Reaper, in which case some of this stuff is kind of backwards. And it'll be a question of what were they thinking? Here's our meter. Here it is on this, which is a bass track. And it is moving, but then when we hit play, it's still moving. This does not do what we think it does. But that's fine. I didn't have to solve this one. This is just something I was trying to do. So yeah, get playhead, get position is playing. That's not what Reaper is talking about. And on the grounds of that, what I'm going to do is move this without completely eliminating it. And then comment it out with an additional comment. Also, might as well make these on indent. And we'll leave that as it is. And yeah, the answer that I have for Jonathan is I'm going to try to make this in such a way that it works for people who know all about what's going on. And people who don't, you can try to target a hit record sound blindly and without knowing very much, simply by watching how it responds to when you slam it and make everything too loud or turn everything down or whatever, which will cause the end result that, let's see, here's our max score. And we're going to keep adding to it from this value blue spot that we keep generating. So I'm just going to stare at that for a moment so that I can center myself. And the whole point of the exercise is to make it be a legitimate tool that is showing something, because it is showing something. This is lining up fairly well with the stated intentions, but it does not actually have to. If it guides people towards doing the right things, I count that as a win. If you see green, that's because all of your signal is on the left. Green and red mean left and right. And it is perfectly fine to have no idea what you're doing and just derp around on the assumption of blue is better. It will not hurt you to just be like, oh, I want more blue. More blue means hit record, right? You don't have to understand all the details, and doing that will, in fact, help get you better results, because there's a particular way of going about it, and I'm going to just try to optimize it. Ooh, one last issue. Is there something I need to do? I'll be happy to do it. I'm going to fire up Discord again in case you mentioned anything there. I can indeed do that. I will. Give me a moment, and I will do it. No, you are not actually talking in the Discord, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay. See, this is why it's fun to work on this kind of thing out in public. It may look really derpy and strange, but I'm running across stuff that's going to be included in this whole framework that other people get to use. This is not just only about me. It is also something that if you were a developer developing like a continuous integration plugin, this is a really good toolkit. Like, it even got me up and going. So let's see. I am going to go into the repo settings, which is where I'm at. And yeah, let me know what I must do. We are there. It's hidden underneath my face on the stream. If there's a reason that I can't show that, I know enough to not go to the secrets page or whatever. I can avoid live streaming all of my secrets, but actions, general workflow permissions. Excellent. Let's do it. Settings, actions, settings, general. Okay, so I'm in settings, general. Here's actions. Actions general, and there's workflow permissions. It says actions permissions. Nope, there's workflow permissions. Read and write permissions. Save. Was there anything else I needed to do here while I was at it? Or is that the only thing? Nice. We got there. I'm not sure if that was a really recent change, but it may have been. Alrighty, sweet. We are moving in the direction of being able to have people download this stuff before noon, probably. And let's see how that goes. And let me now try to reboot my brain over to what I was doing. And it's not this. It's this. There is a variable that I'm using called max score that lives inside Airwindows meter, which is what I'm editing over here. So every time I create this blue spot variable, that has to do with ps.size L. Woot. All right, let me, while I'm at it. Oh, and this is certainly something that I can do. It's set to pre-release, so I take manual action. I will more than happily do that. Do I set the project to manual action, or do I set every single release manually to manual action? To release, I should say. Let's go back to Airwindows. Every single, okay. All right. I think we will want to switch it to publish by default. I assume I need to go to actions. Here's our most recent one. It's gone to 003. That's cool. I guess you set it to that. We're no longer doing Linux, but that will come back. Here's our annotations. I don't see any. Oh, no. We see this. Go to releases from the home page. Okay, here's the home page. It'll get there. I'm not seeing releases here, but maybe it shows up somewhere else in the interface. Here is 2 tags, create a new release. Okay, that's for me to do. Excellent. Describe this release. First glimpse. And publish. I could set it as a publish release. Attach binaries by dropping them here or setting them. I have not got anything. Oh, you don't manually want to. Okay. Well, in that case, let's roll that back then. Exit that. I'm back. Don't worry about it. It's me and Sidara are sort of on the same page as far as like, boy, this stuff is needlessly confusing. The releases heading. Here's some menus. That's not what we're talking about. Releases. There we go. Okay, that does not show as a clickable thing, but it is. Cool. Here we go. Here's stuff we can do. Assets. Edit and publish. Let's see where it says edit and publish. This would be edit. There's the little pencil. And this is where that would go. Now that was as a pre-release. Does that mean people won't get to see it? I should be able to also update that. We will assume that V1 is the real production release, and so anybody messing with my stuff pretty much knows what they will get. It is in the try to make it work zone. I will, as soon as I find it and get it. See if that link works for you. If we are not wrong, that's downloadable by people who are not GitHub users. Also, the funny thing is, Jonathan, I thought you said that you were actually already working with it. Yay! And on that note, we're going to go and try to make another. But that's a nice start. And I believe that is the one where it doesn't actually honor the text font things. Okay, Sidara, thank you so much for helping with this stuff. I'll catch you later. Ah, that's why you were able to get it, is you do have a GitHub account. So let's see. we can do here. Here's our peak stuff. This is where we generate these things. Plus equals. I'm assuming I'm going to square that, and then we have to end the expression. Wow, that's messy looking. That said, it should be fine. Maybe I just need to make this be a 2.0. Yeah, that was all. And then max score here, same deal. ps.size L, ps.size R. Yeah, and remember this, think of this as hit record production. It doesn't know what song it is, it doesn't know what the lyrics are, it doesn't know any of those things. But there is a level where the emphasis of things, the ability of vocalists to project and have sonority, all of those things play into the way that the peak energy, not RMS, the peak energy, interacts with the slew energy. And that's literally what we're looking at. Is here where we're coming up with the ps.size R, this kind of stuff. So we are continually updating max score, and we also have places in here where we can draw lines and things. Here's where we draw our final line on the outside of everything with the fill rect. So we can do a very similar thing here. But we don't want to do it there. That's being drawn after everything. Whereas this is all within a big old iteration. And in this space, we're still drawing that line across. I am glad to hear it, Game Boy Z. So if we have to redraw the entire thing every time, which I think we do, see it's going for count equals this into display width. We're drawing the entire thing every time, which technically means that data position, I am somewhat concerned with this, but we'll get there. So here's where we're stepping around the count. We're updating it each time. That's what's supposed to happen. Having drawn all of these, we now draw a spot which is going to make a moving line across the entire interface. And I'm going to do it in red. Why is it doing that? No matter. I will just use this technique for it. That will work just as well. I thought I could specify the name of a color. I was wrong. I apparently am not. Probably it needs to be colors. Okay, got there. That wasn't as hard as I thought. It's not going to stay there, mind you, but I want to see what it's doing. And then fill rect, positions and things. So let's take our where can we draw a single dot? Here? I'm pretty sure this is going to draw a single dot. Oh, pff. What the crud is... I'm just spelling things wrong at this point. I need to get my other cup of coffee. Hey, diode bridge compressor. Oh, you have no idea. A lot of stuff is going on. Here's one of the things. So, count times dx, and then dx is my horizontal position. Max score so let me just wing this and see what I get. I think if I don't draw off the top, it probably doesn't care whether I draw off the top of the screen. And let's see what we get out of this. What I should see after doing this is either some kind of red line on the bottom or a red line drawing a thing, or possibly literally nothing, or who knows what. But dx and dy are my positioning. dy is the width of one vertical pixel. So I should be drawing a 1 pixel line or shape in red, if this worked. And nothing to it but to do it. If that works, we move on to try to do more things with it. Also, if it works, we can move on to me going and getting a cup of coffee. There's our line. And it is becoming a very, it almost immediately becomes a very large number. So clearly, we need to compensate for that right away. How much? I don't know, but I'm going to guess. 600 minus, very major adjustment to this. So that should make it so that the line does not go as far up as it did, because that's what's happening here. Okay, now it's not moving. So I made it, I shrunk it more than I needed. That little red line down in the bottom is the thing I am trying to make into a meter, a reading. So since that was such a small amount, let's take 2 orders of magnitude off of it and see what happens. And this max score number is being scaled back very rapidly. It doesn't have to be scaled back as rapidly as all that. There is another factor, though, which is that that is not being kept in an array. So we might not have a usable behavior there. Since it's not in an array, it's not going to keep a consistent thing across redraws. I feel like what I'm going to get is that it will keep drawing, and this is showing me something about how this works. Let's keep going. more orders of magnitude. We're subtracting by this, that's a tenfold less. And we can also make it scale down less quickly. And we may very well need to make another array just to store this number. If so, that's fine. I'm just saying, it's telling me things about how I'm drawing all this. And it's drawing a line, and the line is going to go higher the more of this blue stuff is there. But it's drawing the line in a kind of useless way. It's going up as we add to it, and then it's steadily going down until it wraps around again and starts at the beginning. However, that does give rise to another possibility. You see, it's still doing it. And that's making this part of the line act differently too. So we got an animated line going on. And it is following the information we need to know about. But the vertical and horizontal angles of this are not actually useful information. We might as well just wait till the very end and draw a single line across the entire thing and have that be our indicator. Also, I should find out what happens when we stop. Alright, it is not updating. Did we just blank it out? No, it stays. So you can see how there's squiggles on this line. But the thing is, those are not actually useful information. I can exaggerate it a little bit. Check this out. If we make it 5 times as strong and do the same thing, we will see more intense squiggles on this line. And they will kind of indicate at what points does it start giving you more in the way of like desirable sound, but not a very useful way. I don't think. Maybe it will. So see where the blue dots show up? And it's sort of jumping upwards in that direction. As it goes, it's like tracking all of this, but the way that it's moving it around is unhelpful. Because as it continues to draw, it's drawing the line, right? It's drawing the line up to the moment that it's at, but then it continues to draw the line while calculating it on 0, making it go down. And just the whole way that it interacts is unhelpful. None of the vertical motions of this are helpful. Also, this should be working in such a way where this value goes way down if we start to get a long section where it does not have a lot of the blue dots in there. So this tells me some things. One of the things that it also tells me is we could make it a horizontal bar that flickered and moved very fast. And that might be its own kind of fun. But here's the thing. Here's the bit where we can do this a little bit differently. So let's see. So first, cut. Here's the place where we have set this up. It is in fact maxing out the score in this way, and then we're scaling it back this fast, which is going to be consistent because it's only updating so fast. But then after having drawn the moving line, which it's drawing every time, I wonder whether I can draw it here. In that case, the vertical rect is at this horizontal position and starts at 0. So this is at this horizontal position starting at 0. This is the vertical height of it. And then this is, let's see, this one is float get height at the end. So the one over from that is going to be float get width, and that's going to be the width. So if I do this, and have I defined dy? Yes, I have. And we're drawing that over the graphics, but under the actual meter data. And let's see what we got, because that's interesting. So if we start at this section, we're going to have an animated red line. And it's always going to be flat, and it's going to show the level of hit record mode. Oh, okay. Didn't expect that. That is something of an obstacle. We maybe don't want it to do that. Will you look at that? So what made it do that then? We're drawing it at the correct width. But it's not blanking out. Okay. I see what it's doing. It's drawing for every single point, every single data point. We can draw it where we draw the borders and things. Then maybe it'll do what we want. Let's find out. So enough of that. The positioning is fine, but cut, paste. Now we're drawing it in the same basic functionality that we're doing when we're drawing those horizontal lines. And in fact, it is another horizontal line. That's exactly what it is. And so let's make it be, rather than being dy, because that seems to be scaling or moving in some way. And I'm not entirely sure why it would be doing that, but it's always going to be a hairline. It's always going to be 1 point. Same as the other one, really. And it's probably going to work. We'll find out. I am soon going to go and make myself another cup of Bitey coffee, because I've been cranking away with all of this in order to be able to both do this and also bring people downloadables. Let's see what we've got now. Okay, now we're in the right area. It reacts very slowly. And doesn't go up very high. So let's also make it react more quickly. And let's also, where was my cursor? Where were you? Oh, there. I hate it when I type something and then something entirely elsewhere happens that I wasn't planning. That's never helpful. Oh, this is a better place to do this. Let's adjust max score immediately after having used it here. And we're going to see to what extent this is making too much of a... I think we're doing all of our scaling of it up here, so that's probably cool. So one thing that's going to happen is this is the maximum offset of it. This is how fast it's going to react. And if we're doing it here rather than inside this loop, it's not going to scale back nearly as fast. So we can probably make it yeet itself right off the screen immediately. And let's find out how much it did. Because we're actually updating it with every single point coming in, but only scaling it at the very end. And that means strange things are going to happen. There is a silence, and it should have jumped big time for that, but it didn't. I'm wondering if we have a situation where it doesn't want to go back down again. I would like to see it reacting faster than this. This is not a very fast reaction. In fact, it's barely going down at all. So if we do max score times 0.1, it should drop right back down as soon as it can. Also, we don't need that much of an attenuation, so let's take it down a little bit. And see where we got. We can also make it be more vivid, but one of the things that we could also do since we're looking for the color blue, let's make it be in the color blue. Otherwise, we'll get too used to having it be in red, and then it'll seem wrong if we change it. So it should bolt up very quickly with all the input of the initial silence here. Kinda quickly. And I don't understand why it's not going down faster than this. So let's keep playing with it. $600 minus max score times 0.1. So that's going to become larger. And then we are scaling it back each Yeah, that should be able to animate, but drop back again. So what happens if we literally set it to 0 after each cycle? What do we get? Does that actually even do anything useful? Because now we're setting it to 0 every frame. Jump over to here. Fire it up. It's not supposed to be set to 0 like that. It's sneaking up as if we're never setting it to 0 at all. And I can tell you why, too. Every step of the way, it is checking not only the amount of stuff here, but across every single update. So here's what's happening. You might think, as we start, it is encompassing the amount of blue dots over the entire screen, but over the area that we're drawing, but you would be wrong. Because it is drawing the amount of blue dots on the entire screen at any given moment. Every second this is in action, it is trying to represent what the span of this minute does, which also suggests something else. If we make it be smaller, it's causing the number to be lower, and the larger we get, the higher up it goes. That implies that we can do it on a calculation of the width, incorporating that so that the window, it needs to be doing it within the window. So if we do max score divided by the size of the window, it's probably going to end up being in the zone. We'll find out. So count fmin display width 2000. Actually, display width is probably the number I want, because the wider it is, well, no, wait. If it's trying to divide by the number of positions in the calculation, but it's displaying them wider because I've stretched the window that far, forcing it to be in, it really wants to go by this number rather than just raw display width, because it's only going to do as many instances of this as it can. So there you have it. Now that also means that if we can force display width to be 0, then it dies, because it tries to divide by 0. That's no bueno. So I can override that a little bit too, maybe. That's in the wrong place. One minute warning on ads for people who experience ads. what I'm looking at should work. Let's find out if that's true. Mind you, I say it should work. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good things. But we'll see what it does. Because it's going to try to do a window of what's within the size of the screen. And it's doing that from beginning to end. So we're dividing it by too much, and that makes it too small. However, there might be something that can be done about that. Around here somewhere, we are forming this max score stuff. Well, if the dot size can go up to 4, and we're using a power function, we can exaggerate that. So the power of 4 instead of the power of 2, and that is going to make our maximum numbers being added by every point quite a lot larger. And it's also going to exaggerate the amount of effect that this will have. So that might be in a good direction. I feel like adding that power factor and exacerbating it. Don't know yet whether it's going to do what I was hoping, but we'll see. Okay, no budging. That ain't moving. So we have more adjusting to make. So max score divided by Fmax. So Fmin display width 2000. Well, we can do other math operations inside the Fmax in front of the comma, and it will apply them. So we can do that. So let's call it close to 1,000, or perhaps not, but we don't want it divided by as much. So what we're going to do is that times 0.1, so we're dividing by a smaller number than we were. And our max is still 1. And let's see where we got. We just made it be a factor of 10 more capable of moving than it started out as. Up, off it goes. It's heading for the skies, and then it's stuck there. And this is because at any given moment, it is going by the amount of points on the entire screen, including this blank area. So what's going to be interesting is seeing whether it drops like a rock as it starts to encounter this. Because this shouldn't really count. This is silence. Silence shouldn't register. In fact, we can even go by peak energy for that. If the peaks are silent, and we'll watch it drop. Down it goes. That blue line is the amount of hit record mojo on the screen at any given moment. That might take a little explaining. But it's kind of neat. And let's see whether it does what I hoped it would do. Yeah. The amount of mojo in this window at any given time. So I stretch it out, and it's constantly evaluating what's on the screen. Make it smaller. Zoom into a narrower section, and we're evaluating this part. Stretch it out, and that's actually dropping it, although I would think that it would get smaller than this. It kind of is. See, there's not that big of a change. But it's evaluating what is on the screen at any given moment and just averaging out the whole size of it. So you can stretch it out to this. The stretchiness isn't actually going to make it change. And then once it's actually covering what's on the screen, it's just what's within the window. So that's not bad. That's in the right general area. So you know what the next thing needs to be. Making a effect stack so that I can run it in conjunction with, well, I don't have to though, but I could. Watch this. We'll be needing to open a thing first though. Do have some of these still contained. Effect stack, new effect stack. Oh no, wait, let me use an existing one. I'll reuse this one. I think this is actually going to work perfectly for my purposes. There's meter. There's content ID. I already had the stack. I didn't even need to make a new one. So if I scooch this thing over here where I can still see it, but it's not too much in the way. Here we have a way to do our dialing in on pretty much anything we want. And I will demonstrate that point. I'm going to turn that down because it is a little annoying. But this is what we need to make blow off all the doors score-wise. Let's get at it. I mean, just look at it. So there's a couple of things that I must do first. Did I save this stack? Let's save it on top of itself just because. Now you remember I mentioned that it kind of needs to be able to take into account loudness. And that's because, well, hit records typically are loud, but not necessarily distorted. And secondly, if we're on the beginning of something like this, check this out. I can do this again. This one I don't have to do the stack. Watch what happens to the meter as it hits the silence at the beginning. That was not the wrong thing to click on. Okay. As we scale it in so that we're looking at only this little area of silence, it goes bluey right off the charts. But silence is not the sound of a hit record, so it needs to also be multiplied by the peak amplitude. Not RMS. RMS isn't going to get you a hit record. It needs to be multiplied by the peak amplitude for each data value that comes in. And here's how we do that. Max score is the part that we're interested in. So if peak L is clipping, we already know that's going to come off in red. That's no good. We don't actually want that. I am wondering to what extent so peak L larger than 197. Or, okay, so if peak L is not equal to 0, that's still letting that noise come through, isn't it? We're literally seeing the noise. We don't have to take it into account, but I do feel as if I can do better than this. Let's see whether we can adjust that a little bit. Not equals to 0, larger than instead. So rather than larger than 197, how about going by if it's larger than 1? I don't know exactly what noise floor a position of 1 is. I just know that the using it as literally not 0 means that the noise floor of that stuff is still showing up, and it shouldn't be showing up as intensely as all that. So before doing anything else, let's see if we can make this work. If this worked, then it's not going to draw all of the dots there anymore. Got there. So that's neat, and that leaves our blue line not adjusting to it, although that would have been a handy way of testing it out. That said, we don't actually have to worry about testing it out because we are about to use peak left and right as a multiplier on our hit record noise. And what that's going to do is mean so that when the graphics go like into the fade, so that the hit recordness is like blowing up like crazy as the sound fades into silence, you get to still see that as an example of it being set up right, but it shouldn't be pushing the meter around. So here's a way we can scale that. Pow ps.size L to the 4th power times. So that's making it as much as 200 times as big as it was. And likewise, that's making that 200 times as big as it was. Yeah, I'll get to that in half a moment. I think since it's being 200 times as big as it was, I need to also scale it back again. So we'll scale it back by a factor of 10 and see how that goes. And we'll fire it up again on the Zoxin before dialing it in on things we can't actually. I've got all afternoon to worry about it. I do want to make my other cup of coffee, so I'll do this first. In fact, we'll set this going, and then I will do that, and then I will leave it playing and go forth and make my second cup of coffee for the day. Actually, that counts as the third, but that's enough. That's fine. So, off we go. We're going to probably want to make this move more. We're definitely going to adjust that. Let us adjust that. Then I'll be able to bounce right back and answer your question. I just want to get it set up so that it is doing a useful thing before going off and making a cup of coffee. And then we're going to dial it in so that it is giving sensible results for use with like Beatles albums and stuff. And for that, we'll be using content hide D. But for now, oh boy. Yeah, that's still very aggressive, isn't it? Let's keep scaling it back. Scaling it back should be doing the job. Hey, Akiba. Hey, Carlo. Hey, everybody. If this one doesn't work, I'm just going to go and answer your question and go and make coffee. What I've been trying to do is make this not jump off the screen, but maybe it just will. It just did. Whatever. So what these things mean. I'm going to play it for a bit. We're taking this sound and evaluating it in the following ways. This is a peak/RMS meter. The gray area is RMS loudness, which is kind of like LUFS, all that kind of stuff. It's the same thing that people usually make to be all the way up at this top line. Top line is 6 dB, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36 dB down. So this is peak RMS. The cloud here are peaks. This is slew, and it's being drawn over a copy of the RMS. That said, this isn't really calibrated to anything. It's just representing something that ends up sounding good. So this is essentially brightness. These are your brightness values. If you get these little dark lines, that means something particularly bright has happened. If the line down here takes over the entire thing, you probably have too bright. And this is a zero crossing meter. This is representing how far the signal went before crossing over zero again. So if it's down here, that means there's bass. Low frequency information is happening without as much high frequency information, so it's going for farther without crossing zero. And you'll also see that these things correspond to the darker dots or the blue dots. Those are moments where things are working together in a way that's generally going to be considered as sounding good. So, bottom one, lower on the meter means you have more bass. Higher on the meter means you have more treble. In this one, it's very top edge, 20K, 2K, 200, 20 hertz. You probably want the sound to be hovering around here and filling up an amount of space. If it doesn't extend down here, you probably don't have enough bass. If it's sitting around all the way down here, maybe you have too much. And if it's all sitting up here, you're too bright. Also, if this is producing lots of these dark lines, then you're too bright. And again, this is your normal, regular loudness and peak meter. And this is frustrating me so much that I would like to deal with oh, I see what's happening. I know why this did what it did. Divided by this. I believe I'm going the wrong direction with that calculation. It needs to be more like the maximum display width. Yeah, the second pane didn't exist before I did it. I do a lot of stuff with slew restrictions. Let's see what we have now that I've taken away the scaling that I was doing in the wrong direction. I might even need to have score divided by larger than display width. Hopefully you'll get used to it. I might be able to add a little text on this, seeing as we seemingly have to redraw this every time anyway. Let's see if this meter is behaving itself better now. And the interesting thing about this meter is that it can be drawn behind these lines, meaning that you don't actually get to see it, which is maybe not awesome. I maybe would like it to be drawn a little more visibly than that. See, now you can't see it. Yes, and remember, this is part of the actual DAW. I can cover this up with the meter so you don't see it anymore. You're seeing little hints of green and red here. It's also bouncing around real aggressively. So there we are. But we're not actually done because max score divided by so I'm trying to figure out how to scale this, because let me show you something. Back to the Beatles and effect stack so that we can still do this, but we're not getting thrown off the internet for it. Same deal, but we can manipulate this and see, once we've taken it over here, the amount of hit recordness is off the charts, and I want it to be on a chart. So let's get into so 600 minus, all of this needs to get smaller. We have max score. Max score is enormous. I'm wondering whether maybe I've got this too exaggerated, so I can dial this back in two ways. One of them is by scaling that, but the other is by dealing with it while I'm adding to it. We're adding to it here. So if instead of doing that, I dropped right back to this with a power factor of 4, and then times peak R, that's going to immediately make it not jump off of the charts as much. So, and let's also literally copy that off of there and draw it after we draw all this other stuff. Which I believe there's our loop. After we've drawn the whole entire loop, we get to draw this after that. And that ought to work. We are also constantly dialing the score back. 30-second warning on ads for people who experience those things. So let's build again, and let's fire up the program. Let's load up our Beatles track and set it up with content hiding so that we can get away with this. And let's see what this meter does now. Remembering that we're setting it according to the window. If I have it in this window, it's going to bounce around. If I have it in the full window, it has to play all the way over to the end before we get an accurate reading. And what I'm going to be looking to do is moving it around. I do wonder whether, like, what color do I want with this? I could have it a black, it could have something like subtle, but still effective. And then if I hit stop, as I drag this around, if I drag it this way, I'm exposing more window, which has not got anything drawn in it. So it's using that to calculate, which is not necessarily what I want, but once it's actually wrapped around, then we're good to go. On the other hand, once I get to here, it should be all about the same intensity level. Like you see, it's redrawing, and that's because every time we repaint, it's recalculating how much of the density of the hit recordness is on the screen at any one moment. Now I do wonder whether I could draw a line that kind of tracks across it as it goes. In order to do that, I would need to keep an ongoing track of the local environment. Big red lines on the second part means you are clipping. Red lines means in the dynamics you're clipping. Black lines mean you're not clipping, but it is too bright. And like in this, like look at what you see here. This is normalized, and this moment is the moment where the Beatles record is like right up to 0, it's clipping. And so this red line means that moment is clipping. But these gray or black lines mean it's bright. And here's what we've got on the back of this one. I'm really wondering whether it's worth trying to draw it as a moving line on top of all of this. I could draw a blue line on top of the peak stuff, the RMS peak. It'd be a continuous line. But I mean, it would be recording that as a sort of ongoing thing. And then I just have to assign it to the relevant positions. And then rather than having it be an animated line, like this is an animated line, but there's nothing really telling you that that's associated with that moment, because it's not. It's this entire window. And I feel that everything else is not drawn across the entire window. So it would be better if it was being drawn as part of this existing interface. So I feel like we're getting the right values coming in. And I don't want it to be tied directly to that instant. I want it to be based on like recent stuff. Remember that originally I had it so that the for each redraw the level went down. So now what I'm wondering is, see where it says max score equals 0? What would happen if that instead was dialing it down, knowing that this is an animated thing? So if max score times equals 0.001, what's going to happen is it's going to push up much faster, but probably the way it animates is it won't drop as fast. I don't think this is what we actually want going forwards, but that said, this is probably still something we can do while we continue to develop this. And again, once I'm finished with this, you'll be able to download it at the end of the day. I'll do another release of it and stuff, and we'll go with that. But this stuff is stuff that will be accessible. I just got to work out some of the bugs. Hard to say even calling stuff like this bugs. I'm not sure if it quite qualifies as bugs so much as it qualifies as it's very much, oh, wrong thing. But I can fix that. There we go. So here's our meter creeping up. It seems to be actually working as intended. What I wonder is whether it will bounce around aggressively or not when I close in the window to a smaller area. Because remember, like I described it, we're not doing a representation of this as it goes so much as we are doing a constant recalculation of every instance of this as it goes. So it seems to absolutely not care about that thing that I did to it where it's multiplied by 0.001. It might as well be multiplied by 0. It seems to not relate to this at all. All that's happening is it's constantly recalculating everything from this end of the screen to this end of the screen. And it's going to reposition it based on what's visible. So I can hide most of what's visible, and it'll start recalculating the hit recordness based on what it can see. And that's as small as I can make it go, so that's cool. And then if I expose the white area at the end, it starts taking that into account as well. But what I'm going to be shooting for is keeping a running tally of what the recent area looked like, and then drawing a moving line as this goes using this value. So that rather than being a value that rises up to this or not, it's going to be something where it's like it hovers around. And then at this moment where they sing and this lights up like that, it goes up at that moment and then like back down. And I could even have it relate in some way to the horizontal lines that we're trying to design it around. So that ideally you would have it go really high and break above what the RMS loudness is. And that might be a useful metric for if your chorus goes big and fat with lots of RMS energy, but the hit record quality goes down, maybe you don't want that. Or if instead it blows up with a huge amount of high frequency and peak energy where the singer just cuts loose or whatever, and that makes the hit record meter break above the RMS meters, that might be a really good point. And the things that I'll be looking for while evaluating that are stuff like this. You might know this song. Let me close and reopen the meter, see if it blanks. There we go. Here we have Journey's Don't Stop Believing. And it's going to cruise along because the beginning of it is basically just chill. It's just pianos. But then as soon as the voice comes in, big jump. So that should be shown as a blue line starting out at the bottom here and then abruptly jumping up to show when Steve Perry sings. And what's going to happen in a moment, and there would be a big jump there. And here we have Neil Schon playing his guitar riff. This is where Neil Schon plays that riff. And then he kicks it into overdrive and goes incredibly fast and then goes 3. And then the man goes dun-dum. that shows as a monstrous spike of hit recordness. So the blue line, rather than just bouncing up and down here, should show a line that starts out down here and then spikes, jumps up, maybe beyond this RMS meter at that moment, showing that this was a moment where Neil Schon and his guitar playing through a really powerful hit record sound. Then it'll gradually die back again. Because that's how people experienced this song. People experience this song as they want to play air guitar to that part. That's a really spectacular part. It's not Steve Perry singing. He does the same thing. But when the guitar kicks in, everybody knows that guitar part. That counts as a hit record part. Happens to be set up in such a way that it registers in the meter. It should register on this blue line as well as a line that spikes out at that moment saying, yes, that's one of your moments. Nobody's ever going to forget that moment. That's going to be a high point of the song. And that's the idea. This blue line needs to document what people's experience of the star quality of the song is. And if I can do that and it consistently registers for everything I throw at it, that's going to be a big win. And anybody who gets really good at using the meter will be able to design their mixing and indeed arrangement around making those lights light up. And it should work. That should actually work. So on that note, before I put that into action, I'm going to go and make my coffee. So in this case, we do actually get to hear it, but I'm not going to be hearing it because I'm going to be piping it through to SWB audio capture. So I'm going to be sending this to stream. And I will be right back with a cup of Buddy coffee. And we're going to go into the rest of the afternoon making this hit record meter really sing. And then I'll go and have tacos. But for now, here you go. He says, as it doesn't work. I remember how I fixed this last time. There we go. Taking a little more time than making my coffee. We'll be right back. mighty coffee. And ready to continue to work on the hit record meter. As you see, we now have an animated line, but we don't want it to be an animated line. We would like this to be a line probably drawn over the RMS peak, I think, and drawn in blue following the intensity of the hit recordness, which is not going to be as much for a track like this because this is very scattered. It's just a bunch of sound. Nothing wrong with that. But we've got other stuff to refer to. And that's what's going to happen is once I get this working, yes, Jonathan? One of your favorite tracks, you say? You might almost say that was a hit record with you? Do other people like it? Again, your favorite tracks, you say? Interesting. Wonder about that. Who could have imagined? Who could? Oh, and all anime fans know it, huh? Gee, sounds almost like a hit record or something. Who knew? I'm not really being sarcastic in a bad way. I'm just kind of delighted. It's like, fair. There we go. Got there. Here's our array. We don't have to push to it because that's not a factor of the interface anymore. This is going to be a factor of internal to the meters, but we do have to reset it. And that should work. Yeah, I've been playing with this stuff ever since I started building it. I'm just looking to accentuate that behavior. So let's see. How do we go about doing this? Well, first of all, we could just so here's where we finished with setting this one up. So if I just move this directly over to here and adjust it a little bit. We're setting a color. We're going to fill the rect, but we also want to generate our ongoing number rather than just only using this raw. So hit factor count is what we're going to be using. So let's go from there. So we're going to go from there. We probably don't want 600, but we'll leave it there for the moment. Hey, Aiden. It is a good morning. It's going quite well. We have downloadable meter for you, if you would like. That said, we're not really quite done yet because there's more. It's on my GitHub. You might even be able to see if you can find it. That would be cool if I could get people to be able to find it. Like, go to my GitHub and the meter, if you can find it there. Go to that and see if you can find where releases exist. Normally, I'm going to have to tell people much more specifically, but if you can find that, I would consider that very cool, because it would mean that it would be possible for people to find that even when it wasn't as obvious as I would like it to be. If not, I will help you anyhow. I'm just curious as if it can actually work. That people can actually make sense of that. Yep. Can you find the downloads? I'm definitely going to make it easier, but I'm interested. Can you find them on your own? Tell me if you're able to download the thing. It'll be the version of Meter from this morning, but not including the stuff I'm doing right now. If you can do it, I'm going to make it much easier for everybody else. But you're coming at it from not knowing how any of it works. What's that doing there? Why do I have that line there? Okay, that's not actually drawing right, but it's a work in progress. Oh, and I see why. Look at that. That's not right at all. I can't just place that in there, nor is it going to want to be animated. What I'm going to instead want to do is do it like this. This gets filled in like that. I'm way ahead of you, Aiden. Dude, this is a phenomenon of hearing that goes back to prehistoric times. It does not matter. It will not matter whether it's classic hits. It will not matter whether it's modern hits. It doesn't matter if it's swing music or big band music. These things are consistent. If I'm not mistaken, this never changes. It's having to do with like animal hearing behavior, basically. And it registers quite highly on certain real-world sounds that existed eons ago. There's a reason it is the way that it is. So let me see now. What was I doing? This is me trying to do a thing. All I need to do is this and this, and then remove that because that's not actually good. That's the same as it was. Let's see where we got to. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly the exciting part. It's neat considering the ways that these things interact, you know, finding stuff that has to do with just human hearing. Okay, I broke it, kinda. A little bit. I see that moving, but it's bouncing right back again real quick. I see little motions down there. That's the part that needs to be expanded. And we're going to be scaling back max score and having it do more here. Divided by not as big as that, so we can have more of an effect. Alrighty, now let's see what we got. Now, do I have, because if this works, I can move it up to where it will belong. And then once we do that, we can start engaging content high to D and making it really do what it should. Okay, I don't see it kicking in very much here, which it really kind of should start. But that's not his fault. I can't actually see it very well from there. The little scuffs along the bottom of the line are the things that are supposed to be showing up as a big effect. And they clearly are not. I don't think I need to take width into account anymore. Let's see what happens if we just exaggerate it a whole bunch, shall we? We're not dividing by anything anymore. Let's see if we can make this little meter go crazy. Let's see if that is able to make the meter go crazy. Because it really kind of should. I feel like it should. It's such a delicate little line. It needs to be more aggressive than that. Yeah, I think it's off screen. A little tricky to work out. Yeah, this line at the bottom here, it's probably in there somewhere, but it's being drawn off screen now. So, time to dial it back. We were dividing it by around 2,000 to make it tiny. So what if we just divide it by about 100? I'm also not sure how fast I need to dial it back using this, but that's another question entirely. As soon as we get this shaping up, we can start experimenting with it using literal actual hit records and putting it where it's supposed to go. Yeah, it's returning down to 0 way too quickly. The idea with this is it should not be just a line with specs on it. It should be like, yeah, up to this point, the last 5 seconds or so were all hit record-tastic, and therefore it moved up here and then didn't fall back again too fast. What that means is when I go times equals 1.00001, it needs to be scaled back even less than that. So let's add another couple of decimal points to that. That is now falling back 100 times less fast. And we're going to have a quick look at what that did, because it's starting to move the way it's supposed to, just not right and not enough. Still not entirely happy with that. Why is it? Oh, I'm beginning to see some phenomenon. You can just barely see at the bottom there. So what I see at the bottom here is that it breaks off and then falls back to the bottom again. It's not supposed to be able to fall back nearly as fast as that, but I almost feel like I can see a spike that's gradually tapering down. So maybe what this actually means is this shouldn't be times equal. Instead, it needs to be I feel like the amount of impression that these moments make on you is great enough that it shouldn't fall back at exponential speed. I don't think it should fall back at an exponential speed. So, if the max score is not less than 0 already, then we get to subtract something from it. No sense in making it drop down into the deep, uncool regions of utterly unhit record, but this could be a way of putting it on the map and letting it stay where it is. So let's see where we got with that. We'll jump to some kind of section which hopefully has something going on. I know that this mix, being a Console X mix, did... Oh my god, look at that. Okay, it blew up and went crazy. It's not supposed to be doing that. Why is it doing that? Let's see that again, because that was not expected behavior. So what we're looking at is this line, and the line is supposed to sit there and be overwritten bit by bit as new information comes in. It's not supposed to go leaping off the top of the screen because it's not supposed to be animated. This is supposed to stay where it is. But it leapt off the top of the screen. Why? Because max score, every time we go around, it is reapplying hit factor based on this value that gets to change around. So if we didn't have so the dividing part drops it back really fast. What happens if we have the subtracting part drop it back really fast? Does this make a moving animated line, or does it do what I want? Because it wasn't supposed to do that craziness, I'll tell you that right now. Stuff that is at 0 is supposed to sit there at 0 rather than being wildly changed. So let's see what we've got. Because that was surely a thing. Yeah, it's flying off the top of the screen and not coming back. That is supposed to be anchored at 0 rather than continually flying around like that. I'm not happy with that behavior at all. It needs to stay where I left it. So this needs work. This needs work. The whole thing isn't supposed to move. So max score is a factor that's being generated on the fly by peak R and peak L. If we reset it to 0 all the time, we can have it literally tied to the input coming in, but then it doesn't have any fall off. It won't go up and then stay up until dropping back down again. I'll demonstrate. So if we do this, it's now not going to do that crazy thing that it did, because it's generating each value off of only what it had going on. When I say what it had going on, what we mean is it's not capable of going flying like that. But there's a problem. No, it's not a fix at all. And I'll tell you why. Because it's not able to register the stuff that's happening with the hit record sound coming in and make the line go from point to point. It's always stuck at the bottom if I do that. Plus, there's a further problem. I'm pretty sure that if I set it to 0 at the end of rendering the screen, what it's going to do is anchor it at the beginning and then go crazy relatively to how far across that the vertical bar is. We can find out. Nothing wrong with finding out, but this is not going to end well. So here's what happens when you only reset it at the end. we have drawn all of the positions, and then we reset it to 0 at the end, but we're not actually doing any of the other corrections. Probably going to go too far again. So see, it is flat along the bottom. This time, rather than rocketing off the top of the screen, it's going to do something else weird. Probably it's going to rocket off anchored here, and then the straightness of the line is going to go from the point that it's at to the end of the screen. It's probably going to draw a line from wherever point it's at across the end. And then it's always going to do that. Like if it starts over at the beginning edge of it again, it's going to keep doing that. It's not going to remember what the previous setting was. So let's see. Did I call it or did I call it? So that's nice, except for it's going to do it again when we start over. It's not going to keep that line there. Also, I intend to bridge those gaps. When I say bridge those gaps, what I mean is I should draw vertical lines to connect them. And what's going to happen is we're going to start again at the left edge. And then it is literally going to overwrite all of that other stuff. None of this is going to remain in a moment. It's all going to go away. Watch. And it's just sort of, it's boosting it. It's like scaling it all. So that's not what we want at all. Amusing though it is. So, what are we going to do to get this thing to behave? Well, okay, let's sit around and speculate on this a little bit, because the way it's acting is no bueno. It's not good. We want to have something of a, no, I've already got coffee. I'm not going to make more cups in this. This is my final cup of Bitey coffee, and we're not going to have any more after that, but might be able to get there anyway. What has to happen, if you have a blue dot, meaning that this is registering a high number, we should be able to start at a, oh, well, hang on a second. You know there's an answer to this, and it has to do with referring to the previous array value. See where it says hit factor count equals max score, and it's just applying it directly? What if hit factor count was previous hit factor count plus max score or whatever? Something along those lines. I'm interested to know what I did on the RMS values, because the RMS values draw a black line between the last one and the previous one, or the current one. It's up here. So last L outline. So that's how I do it. Works kind of like this. Here's some data values in here. And here's last L outline, last L peak, last R peak, last L slew, last R slew. So we'll sort of address this one thing at a time. Why did I do that? I did the wrong thing, but I put it back. So see here where it says last L outline equals H. Fill rect, blah, 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 all of this stuff. Here's where we're drawing our outline. So that's how we're drawing our lines. We can probably do this in a similar way. What's the value I just made? Last score. So that, and then this becomes, no, the last score has to be the height of the thing. So instead we use just straight up this. So if we do this, that should make it draw lines where it's supposed to draw the lines, even though the rest of it is unfixed. Nothing better about any of it, but we should at least be able to make it connect up the lines so that vertical lines are a blue line drawn over the thing. Let's start drawing it over the slew as well because it's a little easier to see, maybe, hopefully, possibly. There's really no telling, but then this is clearly going to go into one of those afternoons where I'm just hacking away like a madman, and hopefully we wind up with wonderful results at the end, but I'm starting to lose the ability to talk coherently. Oh God, oh no, oh no, oh no. It went crazy, it blew up. So this we don't actually want. That's bad. Oh no. Oh no. So that's still correct, but it's going in a bad direction. What have we done to ruin it so thoroughly? Okay, so we're drawing this in a color of blue. We're drawing it in a place where we can see what it's doing. We're filling a rect. We're just defining last score. We're drawing. Okay, I think I'm beginning to see we do need to make a reference to the last one. So and we should have been keeping the, okay, so this is not actually a problem. This part will still be fine. The problem is I wasn't making any reference to, this is what I want to do. That's the part that's being scaled. And I want more parentheses because I want to add 1 to this. If it ends up being 0, it'll just not draw anything. So now we're doing this. We could also do it, let's see. Put this back again. So now what we're telling it to do is this. Hit factor count is the offset by which we're drawing it, right? That's how high up it is. And then the height of it is that minus the absolute value of the last score, meaning that it will draw a vertical line if it needs to catch up with where the previous one was. If it's enough far off, and the last one is quite a bit different, then the height of the vertical line that needs to be drawn is that high, times dot height times dy. That probably fixed it, but everything is still going to move around like crazy, but we can at least see the part of it that probably got fixed. Then we got to deal with actually fixing the other part that's still super broken. So, and there we go. So that part worked. That is what it's supposed to look like when it does that. One step at a time. The problem is what else is happening. This part of the line is supposed to stay down here until we get to it. And that is not happening. Because if it moves all the rest of the line to the left of it around like that, all that's going to happen is when we fill the entire screen with something that we want to observe, and then wrap around to the left side again, it'll move the entire thing that we got to over as it goes. This is not supposed to relate to this part at all. But that's not true either, is it? And I'll tell you why. It's supposed to be measuring a window, and just because we've only just started it here and gotten over to here doesn't mean that this is irrelevant. It's supposed to be taking this stuff into consideration as well. And so the angle that I'm working with is basically, okay, this is tough, but it's worth it having another experiment. Firstly, let's see what we get when we just straight up zero that out. I'm pretty sure I know what's going to happen, which is it won't draw any of those lines anymore. It's only going to draw a series of spikes. Let's see. And I don't want a series of spikes, but at least that would be predictable. It's drawing a series of spikes centered on 0, which is even worse, but it's at least kind of useful. So at each point it's drawing the spike, and then the next one coming along is the difference between that and the previous one. So very much no bueno, but on the other hand, at least it's something that's locking it to that position. So there's that. As it keeps cycling through, it's going to be remembering the position at each point of this. So if we have 0, it's going to keep, well, Nothing to it but to test it. Let's find out how true that was. And I'll tell you how. He says, having gulped down all of his coffee, now I'm really in for it. Now I have to actually figure everything out. If I shrink this down, it will then start to wrap. As it does, it's not moving the things to the side of it. And it's supposed to be drawing a descending line ending at the moving line. It's not supposed to be moving this stuff around other than passing over it, at which point the new line comes in. And what that means is, what happens if we start scaling it? Like if this is times equals 0.01, might need to be much smaller than that, but right now it's being set to literal zeros, so I'm just trying to open up the time window upon which it's calculating this. And I've been completely and totally failing, but maybe it won't always completely and totally fail. Maybe it's going to get to a place where it's not failing as hard. And this might be the way to do it. 1 minute warning on ads for people who experience those. And back into the breach. That's not retaining anything. But that's not true. That's not true. It is kinda. And I'll tell you why I say that. Some of the lines here are heavier on the top side than they are on the bottom side. It's still drawing a big line there, but it's like it's trying to hang on to the offset, and that's what it's supposed to do. What that means is we are cutting down max score, and when we multiply it by 0.01, it returns to 0 so fast that you can't even see what it did. I'm also speculating on how to make it not draw on both sides of that line, because it's drawing on both sides of that line, and that's no good. But let's start with this. That is not actually making it go off the line hardly at all. It's like it doesn't remember where it's at. Although it's not making the other line move around like crazy. And if I'm not mistaken, if we don't do this, then everything is just going to scroll off the top of the screen again. So we may be talking about adjustments that are very small. This should go up, and it did. So it goes up off the screen very, very fast, but if you multiply it by 0.0001, it barely moved. Hey, thank you, Tacky Bunker. So let's see what happens when... Oh, hang on. I know what I'm doing wrong here. Anybody else spotted what I did wrong? It's a very simple and obvious mistake. You know how if I make it be 0, it's locked to the thing? And if it was 001, it's still locked to the thing? And the more zeros I add, the closer. That's because I'm multiplying by this rather than subtracting by this. That's why. So all I gotta do to make it act more as expected is 0.9s. That's where I want it to affect. So seeing as I wasn't doing that any of this time, we might be on towards more of a winner here. I would like to also try making it go down more linearly, but maybe that's not something I'm worried about right now. Or indeed have it hang on to that and then only build up one thing at a time. This should have fixed that problem, but it may also make stuff race off the top of the screen. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, it's trying to race off the top of the screen. That fall off that you saw as it was going up. Like observe this behavior. See how it's able to go up? But then what's happening is it's slowly going back down and then it starts at the previous position. I'd like it to be able to go down to 0 if it needed to, but this is more in the zone of how it's supposed to work. Because it's supposed to be able to deliver this behavior in a way where the fall off is a lot quicker than this. This is way too slow. But so that it wraps. So as it goes around, it is in fact referring to stuff from this end of the screen. So this is actually not wrong. It's just making it look like it's moving around because it's incorporating everything from in here, which it's actually supposed to do. So let's keep going. Take 2 9s off of there. And see whether it acts like it's jumping all over the screen now. Because that's the funny thing, is this is effectively an infinite impulse response, which is not what I want. And I probably want to come up with something else to do, but that was actually not wrong behavior for because I wanted to take into account these things. Yeah, see? So it's drawing the line okay. I just don't want it to fall off as fast as that. And then it's continuing to draw it, but you know what's going to happen? As it goes through to the other side of the screen, it's going to draw stuff that makes sense. And we're going to start involving other stuff over here as it goes. So let's watch. Let's watch what it does as it does this next bit. And it's starting to incorporate that information. It's a little weird. I do wonder whether I can make those lines not connect like that. I do wonder whether I can make those lines not connect like that. Like, I feel like it shouldn't be animating the part that it's leading up to. As amusing as it is, I don't actually want those dots to move. So what would happen to make it not move those other dots, I wonder? Firstly, one of the things I could do is just override, like at the end of the screen, max score is automatically made to be 0. And we'll see what happens when it does that. Or Because that's the thing, is it doesn't necessarily want to go to 0. But the point that I care about here is where count gets up to data position here. We're drawing the entire array. Data position is the point at which we're filling new information in. And then we're just drawing everything. So when we get to data position, that's new information coming in. I don't see any references to it here, though. It's just the data, all these values are just coming straight off of the array. This is the point at which things are being changed. So where are we updating it? Let's see what it does if we tell it to do this. So what we've just done is this, and we'll exaggerate it to make the point. It's going to fall off very, very slowly. But if the point at which we're calculating hits data position, we'll set it to 0. What happens when we do that? We're not assigning the count because that's a equals equals. Because that's the thing, is if we do that, then we could also have max score equal the previous position that hit factor is at, and then we start scaling it from there. So it's a sort of weird conglomeration of moving stuff around. But it would, in theory, restart that stuff where it left off. I'm not sure if that made any sense to anybody, but now it does this. Will you look at that? Isn't that interesting? That is not falling back at all, but it's also not rewriting this. Check that out. But I think one thing that will happen is that once we wrap, we're going to start redrawing it from 0 again. Also, we're drawing this number, we're drawing a line that's not supposed to be there because we really shouldn't be drawing it like that. So let's see. Fabs. Shouldn't be fabs. It should be min or max or something. It is a positive number, so it should be max. And then we need to add something else. Kind of like this. So now it's the maximum of either the, oh, for heaven's sake, now what are you doing? Is that even the right way of describing this? Come on. Be fair. Or do maybe I do have the wrong. Okay. Boop. Now that part will work. But what else do we have going on? We need another one of these. So because we don't need this level of parentheses, for what is just a multiplication. And this is now limiting that to either a height of 1 or a positive number, which in theory should mean that, let's see if it worked. Rather than just yammering on about it, let's try it and see if it worked. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm assuming that people who do follow all of this probably think I'm an idiot and are frustrated, but that's fine. Because one of the things about it is this is, in fact, new work. Nobody's done this before. If they did, you'd know about it. And now we have it drawing vertical lines, but it's not drawing that horizontal line here. Good. And it is drawing this part, so the next thing to do before we get too carried away is quickly check and see how it wraps by making it much smaller after hitting play. And it's making it drop down. So we don't want that part. It is animating in an unhelpful way. Let's make it fall back faster than that. Or indeed, I did want to do it in such a way that it wasn't an exponential shape. I would like it to not be an exponential shape, so subtraction rather than division. So let's see how far that went. Let's make it a larger number than that, though. So if it's larger than 0, then it becomes subtracted by 10. And what we're doing to account for the energy is multiply this number by a smaller amount. So if that works, we can look into having it wrap in such a way where it wraps better. I hate using terms like this, but there's no good language for this. I mean, where do you come up with the language of the line moves around on the screen, but I want it to move in this particular kind of way? Hey, Carla. How do you even describe that? How do you even describe what this is doing? We're successfully making it not scale down like this, and this is also moving too far vertically, and it's not falling off very well at all. In fact, it's not falling off at all. That's no bueno. We want to do this so that it falls off 10 times as fast as it was. Then maybe at least we'll see what it's doing. Seeing as we have such a large boost coming in when we peak it out, those hit record blue dots show up, it really pushes it very far. And there we go. So now we have it angling downwards at a useful rate. I can also make that linger a little more and then fall off with increasing speed. I think that would be a good idea. But what I want to do once I have this working is look at what it does when it scrolls through to the left side of the screen again. I feel like what it's going to do is start animating stuff, and I don't want that. But once I sort that stuff out, oh, and it's going out of control again. Alrighty. And yeah, it's animating things. And that's because it is starting at 0. But I want, see, all these lines start at the position. It's moving everything so that it all starts at 0, but we wanted to start at where it left off. Just kind of override. But the rest of it is actually working. You see what I'm describing? Because it's also manipulating everything else in a way that's not helpful. What I'm describing is, as it gets to this point, it's forcing this entire line down to this edge, but without it doing that, it would probably sit there being what it was supposed to be. Everything's shifting around. It's like it's keeping track of this moving number, but rather than the moving number being updated once with every buffer update, once with every vertical line being drawn, every vertical line being drawn means that this number is scanning through the entire thing from beginning to end, or from this point to the end point, and updating itself. So the entire line is being recalculated and redrawn way more than it's supposed to be. It's very hard to describe what the heck is going on with this. Some of it's okay, some of it's crazy. And this is what's causing that to happen. So let's make it go to 10 times less. This is going to count down more slowly, but and let's do some more things while we're at it. We've got max score. We've got last score. We want to have the speed at which this goes down to increase. The opposite of if we were multiplying by 0.99 or whatever, which would mean that big peaks of the meter fall away real fast. I don't want that. I want the opposite. I want big peaks to hang out there for a while, like as if you were hearing a sound that was amazing and going, wow, that's incredible, and getting a moment to think about it, getting a moment to be impressed by the amazing sound that just happened, versus if there wasn't a lot of that happening, your attention would drop away rather quickly. That, I think, is a human behavior that could be modeled in this way, that if we're able to do this, like, again, I played Don't Stop Believing, and when Neil Schon does the guitar thing, and it's very exciting and impressive, that should stay with you for a moment. It shouldn't just drop away instantly. It should be lingering. So should I make these all linger score? Not because that makes a lot of sense, but because it shows that it's part of the same basic calculation. Those are all things that are having to do with this hit factor. In fact, let's literally make everything play along. I wonder if this is a modern computer. I feel like maybe this is going to let me refactor all across the project. Let's find out what it can find. It's searching. Oh, it sure can. Good, baby. My old computer can't do that. The retro one can't do that, but this one can. Very cool. Look at that. We've updated all those things. So where did we leave off? So what else are we doing? Smaller is better for this. Smaller represents the score staying high for longer. 10-second warning on ads, guys. Hit score count minus last score, Fmax, 1, etc., represents what linger could mean, but larger is falling off faster, and that's not what we want. Let's start with this. So that increases. We could have it max out, but what we're going to do is just straight up override things. This is a fine place to do it. Oh no, wait, can't do it right there. Got to do it more like here. Because you see, we reuse this. That's not anything by itself, but oh, wait. Another idea. Wait, hang on. Hang on. We can't just always override it like this. It's got to be able to stick around for a while. Darn it. What the heck is going on with this crazy thing? Well, I just typed that in and that was wrong, so we're not going to keep that. We are working with Fmax hit score count minus last score 1. That is going to be a large positive number if we've just had a big bump in potential score. So if we do that, and all of this conversion talk is not actually relevant or useful, we're going to ignore all of it. If we do this, what's going to happen is linger score plus 1 doesn't really matter. We want that to be able to matter, but it won't. It's not going to. We could technically also do minus equals linger score plus plus. But no, it's a float. It's not an int. So what's going on with that is if we have the meter bumping up abruptly, we want it to not fall back down as fast. And then as longer time goes by without it bumping up abruptly, we want it to fall back faster and faster until there's another sudden bump up, causing it to slow down. It's like a modulated release on a compressor. All this is for the purpose of making it draw the pictures the way I want them to be drawn. I have a very specific idea of what the line should look like for the purposes of drawing it, and I need to make the numbers do what they are told. And this ain't it. This ain't it. But if fmax hit score minus last score 1 is a larger number than 1, that means we're bumping up. If it's always a less number, then that means that we are always trending downwards. So we're kind of moving in the right direction here, maybe, hopefully. And this fmax is going to give me a larger number when I want it to make linear score be a smaller number. And fmax is going to give me basically a 0, or technically a 1. So one thing I could do is just divide by, yeah, I mean, if I want linear score to be smaller, anytime it is a larger number, I can chop the size of it way farther. And if it's fmax 1, it's never going to divide by less than 1. So that's probably going to do a fairly good job of cutting down the size, as long as I eventually hit something. Max score is larger than minus equals linear score. So it equals so that's the same as that. But if I express it like this, I can also sandwich it in a fmin or an fmax. Because I don't want it to become negative, and it can very easily become that. It might not actually hurt anything to have that there, but I don't wish to have max score become massively negative. No good would come from that. We are, after all, applying it to hit score directly, so it had better not become some huge negative number. And if I do this correctly, I can also set a minimum or rather a maximum. Let's see what it does so far. I'm sounding kind of weary as I smash against all of this stuff, but that's just because it is craziness. It's just worthwhile craziness. And it looks like we have no motion. Whatever we done has busted it real good. Oh no, wait, I lie, that's not true. I see some motions in here. Those are definitely little motions of the meter. Cool. All that means is we should exaggerate this some. I put in an extra decimal point a moment too soon. All right, check it out. I feel like we need to set a limit to how little it can dial back, because it's really refusing to dial back at this stage. We are seemingly never getting to a point where it's dropping down. And that's a problem. That's not great. Let's not have it be that. So Linger score divided by equals this, or 1. Linger score plus 1, it kicks around far too long, but then as we keep dividing it, it's tiny again. So that might suggest that all I got to do is increase the number on Linger score faster as it goes. I'm not really sure of that, but I think that might be the case. And we can continue doing this in orders of magnitude and stuff. Like, I am not at all sure that's going to hurt any. We'll crank it up by a factor of 10 in order of magnitude. Build that again, and now we're going to see whether it just hovers at these really high numbers or whether it starts falling off while leaving the shape what it originally was. And we're supposed to be able to draw it right down to 0 if it's no good. And we're beginning to see little moments. There's our line, our blue line. Maybe it should be a bolder blue line, like to match the actual dots. And we see that it's sort of round-topped, but then it starts falling off faster and faster as energy is lost. So the more stuff is happening, the more aggressively it bounces up. Now what's going to happen is we start wrapping around. Oh. Aiden might be right. It's jittering a little bit though. It's not supposed to be bouncing over, but I don't think I have this part fixed yet. And I think I know what I would have to do. Let's see what it does in this area. Oh, don't want that. Don't want that. So this is doing a really interesting little thing where it's basically doing all of this on the fly in a really sketchy way. I feel very sorry for anybody who's trying to make this work because it's definitely all kinds of screwy, but it should work. Also, as it falls off, it's not connecting the dots, and that's maybe not great, but might be a way, might be something I can do about it. And this is the thing that would cause that to be a concern. And the way to fix that would be to reset it not to 0, but to something else. Maybe something like this. So here's where it starts trying to make stuff be 0 again. And so here's where we would sort of put it back, but I don't think it's actually count it once, because otherwise we're really not doing anything at all. I think it's going to be count plus 1. It's either going to be count plus 1 or count minus 1. Now let's just see what it does when we give it a load of that. Also, we can have it drop back more slowly, I think. Let's see how this does. Because again, the challenge with this is that it's basically drawing the entire thing across every time, whether it looks like it is or not. But then on top of that, it's drawing this line, and the shape of the line is this algorithm that's going through every time. Oh, there we go. It could be falling down a little faster than that, I think, but that's okay. Maybe a little too much. Well, let's keep it going. No, it's off screen. Never mind. Let's not do that. So if we scale this like that, then rebuild. Go back into the thick of it. Now, nothing much is happening, so no hit record content here, but when things start lighting up a little bit, we start seeing some motion. Like around here. See? You've seen a little bit of motion? Might be too finely balanced. It might be too finely balanced. Like I took it from the one to the other and then it became all freaked out. So let's go halfway back this way. This is such a messy little program. Dear God, it's such a thing. But if I can get it to work nicely, that's all I care about. Play. Okay, so as it does this, we start seeing a measurement. and it's not willing to fall back very fast, but it will start falling back faster and faster the less is going on with it. And in this section, it should start falling off relatively fast. Like, see? Off it goes. Let's drop down to the next best setting. And so we're in a section that is not all that impressive. Up, and it's bouncing. And it's forcing this other stuff to start at 0, so that's not okay. That's not supposed to move. Although I'm digging on the way that, like, if I can make most of it behave, then it's better. I'm also interested that maybe I don't need to do the power factor in some of this. It's not acting like it needs it. At all. See? Max score plus equals, and this is power factor, but I don't think it needs it. It'll be fine without it. L times peak L, R times peak R, that should be all it needs. Aiden, let me finish it. Then I'll tell you. Honestly, anything that helps mixers in this particular way probably would also help mastering engineers as well. Depends upon what you mean by mastering engineers, though, because a lot of them think their job is to make everything as loud as possible, and this tells them no. So they might not like that. How do we make this dumb thing work? One thing we can do is try to do that, just mirror these. I don't know if that's going to help, but I'm willing to try. Also, it is just possible that this doesn't need to be count plus 1. It kept looking like it was I just feel like if I had this just be count rather than count plus 1, it's not going to give me the right result. Let's see how far we've got. Again, we're struggling with this weird thing where it's able to load its new stuff. It's able to do its thing. But then as it wraps, because every bit of it is kind of drawing every bit in the meter as it goes, what ends up happening is it's redrawing it as it goes. And when I say it's redrawing it as it goes, what that means is a line that's supposed to sit still winds up jumping around like crazy based on what came before it, and that's not good or okay or what's supposed to happen. It responds very strongly to big old inputs, like hot peaks that are also loud. And you can lose this by clipping them off. Oh, and we have something else going on that's extra weird. It's not supposed to be doing that. Look at that. Okay, never saw that happen before. So that's not going to end well. It is now apparently boosting rather than cutting. What the actual hell? Well, if we don't have it be +1, then what does it give us? Because that should have worked. Well, it's not supposed to be this. This is not supposed to be what it is. Let's see what happens when we do it, even though this is not supposed to be what it is. It'll take a little bit to run, but I'm very interested to see what happens. And same deal. We start out with not much happening. And as this line hovers around 0, not all that much going on. And some of that is because when things are very quiet, it doesn't really ping the meter very hard. The meter needs stuff to happen that seems loud to it in order to care. But we're going to get into there, and probably in about a minute's time as it wraps, we'll start to see, or even before then, because with that, now it's starting to show it's like stretching, and rather than reading the stuff that came before it, so that's pretty wild. It's bouncing around like a crazy thing. And that seems legit. It's working from that. So, if it has this new number coming in, but it wants to actually read from the number where it started, even though we're now putting a new one in there, maybe what makes it work and keep what it was going from is to just read what we had before we set the new one. And then if it is the wraparound point, this vertical point, rather than writing the new one, write the previous one. And then it starts from this point with whatever the previous one is after having written the new one. That could just work. And here's where you do it. So, we're keeping this max score going along, but we're also going to store what was previously there before we update it. And then, if count equals data position, max score equals not the one that we've just updated, because it seems capable of reading that, but this new variable. Scaled to the same amount that we're using. And if I do that, it probably will leave the line working the way that it's supposed to and not moving around too unaccountably. I also wonder if I can make it a bigger line. Shall we make it a bigger line? That's not how to do that. And the height is also fmax, but we're going to make that be 2 as well. And let's see what we got. That's going to make a much more obvious line for what that's worth. I just wonder if I need to overlay it onto the RMS meter. And whether that's going to be a suitable answer. And I'm probably going to have to scale everything back, because once we get this behavior working, there it is. Once we get this behavior working, the next thing that we do is start firing up that effect stack, which includes things like Beatles albums and Journey. And when we have that, we start throwing stuff like Beatles and Journey at it and seeing what this meter does. And we do in fact see it starting to spike up. That's what it's supposed to do. I'm liking fairly well the fact that it is a bolder line than that. We could exaggerate that even more. We could have it be a boldness having to do with the... Oh, but we're still having a problem. Look at that. That's not right. So, are we getting something I can interpret, though? Because this is clearly wrong, but is it wrong in a way that I can understand what it's doing wrong? And it is limited, it's not wrapping. Oh wait, no it is. That was wrapping. So we want it not to do this. We do not like it doing this. This is bad. I dislike this intensely. It's all the bad. So let's just stop it right there and try to figure out what it needs to be. Because it looks very much like as it hits that point, it is setting the numbers to be crazy. So previous one equals hit score count. Max score equals previous one divided by, well, what if we just directly took previous? It feels like when it hits that point, it's capable of making it be way too large. Well, if you divide by a way less than 0 number, that makes it be way too large. I don't know why this would be correct, but let's see what it does. As I know it needs to be smaller, and if I just use the previous hit score count, I do know that that's going to be smaller. I will also note that this is max score already compensated by that, so... But then that shouldn't... Okay, this should not work. This should not work. We're going to see what happens knowing that this should not work. Or at least we're going to see if we can run the damn program. Come on, go. I am in fact against the loudness war. So far, that worked. But we have to see it wrap around to know whether it's doing anything. So we gotta wait a little bit longer. Currently what's going on is this is not setting any high scores for awesomeness, but it's gonna get there. It's gonna do a little bit better. It starts to fall off fairly quickly, but that is by design. It's probably falling off too quickly. Now let's see what happens as it starts to struggle. Okay, it doesn't really like that very much. But it's not doing the thing it was doing before anyway. It's acting kind of crazy, but it's not doing the thing it was doing before. And I see it's starting to manipulate the stuff at the other end of the screen. I wonder if I can window this behavior. Falling off way too fast. Yeah, like, what must I do to make these lines not freak out? Because it's capable of wrapping all the way around. Ooh, yeah, and I'm hitting very large levels here. Yeah, it needs to not do this. Everywhere in either end of the zeros, it's going absolutely stark, raving crazy. I wanted to not make all of these lines jump up and down so wildly like that. I'm not even quite sure why it's doing that. That is giving me a big sad. Let's go back to this. I'm also wondering whether maybe I should be working on offsetting it a little bit. This might be a place where... Oh, I don't think I can do that. Do we start at 0? If we do, then that doesn't actually help. Yeah, we do start at 0. Oh, we start at 0, but before we do anything, we increment, so that might mean we're starting at 1. Oh, we could find out that real fast. If we're not incrementing before using it, then it dies there and then. Now let's see what kind of madness you get up to. Does it just blow up? But it's not supposed to do that. Funny thing though, I think that is still in line with what it's supposed to be doing. Also, it doesn't need to score nearly that high for my own little garbage, so let's dial that all back. How about instead of the 0.75, and we'll keep dialing it back as we go. Or indeed, even more than that, let's dial it way the heck back. And let's see what it does with that. Because some of the behavior that we're seeing there is kind of like how that would work. I'm a little concerned, but all the same, it's kind of like how it would work. The fact that I'm wrapping, the fact that I'm doing it in this peculiar way, I'd love to be able to make it work better. I don't know how. Here we are again. Now that should still be registering something, but I might have dialed it back too much. Signs point to, yes, I dialed it back too much. So back we go. Rapid iteration process. 4 times more of an adjustment. Okay, we can see a motion there. It may not be the optimal moment for that though. Now guys, it's nice to see you talking about this, but you might be missing one of my points. You can do loudness war all you want and it will just make people not buy your records. People don't spend money on music anymore. There's a reason for that. And while we're looking at this, let's see whether this... Okay, the stuff is still jittering. I'm not happy with the way it's jittering. It is unpleasant behavior the way it's jittering. Yeah, so if I can't get this even slightly working, then I'm not going to put up the new version. It needs to actually work to be worth putting up a new version. I also think I see a problem with how it's calculating. And in fact, that's a good example of it. Like, we're iterating through this. The passage of time is going this way, from right to left. This is the past. This is the present. But the passage of time as this meter scans through its stuff is going this way. That might be a really relevant observation, because as near as I can tell, there's no special reason for the drawing of this meter to go in one direction or the other. And if it went in this direction, it might act a little differently. I wonder if I can even do that. This didn't hurt, but I don't think it helped. In fact, I know it didn't help. Come on, let's find the place. Where's the place? Here's the place. Now this is going to be interesting. Let's see what it does. Now, the way that it scans through is always in the other direction, which is the direction of the speed of sound. The direction of time, in other words. I sound like a complete madman talking about all of this, but it is in fact true that the direction the time is going affects this. Also, I feel I should throw this over to the Beetle zone because I know that that can do a better job of throwing up the information I need. So we're going to jump right into this area. Indeed, we see this stuff bouncing around a little more than I would like it to. It's not supposed to be wiggling like that. But now we are scanning from right to left as we evaluate this curve. Nothing else actually matters or cares. That's all fine. So this is really something. So we're certainly not supposed to be doing that. Okay, so let's reevaluate what we're trying to make happen. Because that's the point where we're at, is can we reevaluate what we're trying to make happen? We can have it scanned from this direction to this direction. We can have it scanned from this direction to this direction. Either way, like either direction it goes, we can have it scanned from one side to the other side. We started out with it scanning from this side to this side, and now we've got it scanning from this side to this side, meaning that as it goes through, it's going to look at each of these numbers, and it's going to try to make a calculation where they start affecting each other, where they kind of cling to each other in such a way that it's not just a linear drawing of these blue dots reflected in smaller form down here. It's supposed to be reading the blue dots, and when we have dense clusters of them, especially louder ones, this line goes up and stays up for a while. But the direction of time is actually going from left to right. In that circumstance, what we're looking to do is have it register stuff that happens in here and then bump up the level, not clinging to going in this direction, but in the other direction. But we don't want it to interact with stuff past this moving line because we want to leave the stuff over here alone. I feel like the most recent change, although it was well-intentioned, was not actually giving me what I needed. So what do I have to do to get it to do what I want? That is, as always, the big question. And I can't just drink more cups of coffee to get there. I mean, I could, but I still got a feeling that Fluffy Coffee's killed Steve Albini because he had given up drugs and drinking, but he sure didn't give up that, did he? So I kind of got to get this heavy lifting done with just my own little hands rather than trying to do it with chemical assistance. And I must get this done. So, what would happen if we had no time constraint at all and we weren't actually trying to even out this behavior? Because we would like to be able to keep track of this stuff, but it currently ain't working. And I don't really know why. Let's double check to make sure that putting this back, other things haven't broken. It won't be fixed, mind you. It looks like it still draws. There's that. That's probably fine. If I scooch all the way down here, we start to see what the rest of this did. Here is the area that is losing me sleep and making me insane. This area here. This is the part that can draw the dot. Max score is a number that is getting updated dynamically. And if we make max score be 0 every single time, kind of like this, then stuff isn't going to wiggle around anymore. I should be able to demonstrate that. Maybe if I pick an appropriate spot where it does actually kick in. So if we set max score to 0, what's going to happen is that it's not actually able to sustain anything. He says, hopefully. So if that was true, why am I seeing what I'm seeing? First of all, we need a little more of it, but that says maybe. Up, and yeah, so that was setting max score to 0, which is supposed to be able to make this not happen. And yet, we can visibly see that far from this not happening, this is wildly and insanely broken. So what do we got to do? What do we got to do to make it act sane? Because max score set to 0 was supposed to make that not be able to happen. This also means that that doesn't matter. That probably doesn't matter. Don't think this does anything at this point. Yeah, like where do we apply it? We only apply it literally here. This doesn't matter. So what's actually happening here to make that crazy humped up line do its thing? I think it's time we found out. These are all commented out now. We're keeping last score, which should only be used for rendering. We can bump this up again. I'm going to also correct the other part even though it's not actually in use, just because I had them set up to match. And we're not using this either. So these are the only bits that mean anything. Last score is being referred to purely for drawing the rect. So what on earth? Do we still have that behavior? I should have been able to turn it off. We've taken away almost everything here. There's almost nothing left. Build again. Hey, Youssef. Well, thank you. On a day such as today, which is full of so much promise and also so much frustration, it's nice to hear that. All this is going so well, and I even have downloadables, and yet I can't make this dumb line work. So let's see what we've got now. There's almost nothing left to this anymore. Okay, I feel like that's not showing up very much, even though I'm seeing a lot of blue spots. We're going to try and see whether this blue line sits still or whether it tries to do crazy things. Because the first order of business is to try to make it stop doing crazy things at all costs. And I don't know whether I'm going to get there, but it's worth trying. Let's see if this part does anything. It's a very small line down there. I don't see any real motion in it. It's supposed to be able to sustain, but that's not really happening, is it? I see nothing. Little wiggles, but that's it. So tell you what, let's exaggerate that some. Right now, this stuff is the only stuff that's doing anything. We'll multiply it by a factor of 10 in both of these places. So I can at least see whether we're trying to get to a point where it draws this wiggly line, but then the line doesn't animate and jump around like crazy as it goes. I feel like it's an array. It's drawing the line. It should be able to draw the line without as much of a big mess. And I think that is actually what's happening right there. So what we've got there is a vertical line, but I do need to see whether it jitters around as it goes. And what it's supposed to be able to do is track this so that with those vertical lines, like the blue vertical lines there, it jumps up and stays up here, but doesn't make the rest of the line violently animate around and bounce. I feel like that's not an unreasonable suggestion. We do seem to successfully have it not violently animating around and bouncing. I don't see any motion anywhere else other than where the line's being drawn. So with that, we have got it down to where it's not doing anything. Here's where things get tricky. What do I gotta do to make it so that this line is able to be drawn across an area rather than just in vertical slices, and yet have it be stable? We've got a whole array available for this. Hit score count is a whole array. I'm pretty sure if we don't set max score to be 0, it's going to kind of try to go crazy again. Let's start playing with some of these numbers. So if we refuse to let it update anything past that point, now max score is not actually getting updated in any way. Until the scan hits data position. The scan is scanning from left to right because it's going from a small number to a large number. Time is kind of going from left to right as well. But the problem becomes whenever we hit this point, it freaks out and refuses to draw correctly. Also, no matter what we do, it tries to draw wrong in one way or another. So if we're only blanking it out if count is past data position, what then do we see? Okay, that's completely off the screen. Fair. Alrighty then. That's maybe more than I need. I'm going to dial that back a little bit. So max score is being cranked out unreasonably much. 1/100th is big because we're not actually scaling it back at all ever. And let's roll on that one and see what it looks like when it's 1/100th as small of a slope, knowing that we're not actually scaling it back. And see whether anything actually useful happens here at all. It is starting to depart. Here we have a hit record meter that is creeping up from the position that it began. As long as it doesn't go crazy, we can see what happens when it gets through to the next bit. Because one possible answer would be to do it like this, but then as you hit this point, refuse to update this array number. Just force it to... We'll see. So it's creeping up from here. That seems good. That is not wrong. But now what happens when it passes through this area? Back to nothing again. So there's your problem. So what we would want, if that was working, which it ain't, is for the number to creep up the way that it was doing, or to creep up in some other way that would be useful. We can do all of those things with it, but then as it hits that point, it needs to not be continuing to apply the processing that it applies to make the number creep up. So it will be using the output of the last pass through the meter. Meaning that maybe to make this dumb thing work, we need 2 arrays rather than just only 1. It sounds crazy. And that's not great, but that's the problem right there. Because we're going through here, but even as this line is moving across, the line is moving across in a succession of flickers during which the entire thing is being recalculated. And it's being recalculated based on all the information on the screen. So every time it gets updated, it moves over one line, and this vertical line here moves. What's really happening is every instant that it moves, it is trying to generate the blue line afresh each time. Every screen update, it's recalculating it based on all the information that it has in these dots and things. And it's trying to do that and go straight through from the beginning to the end each time, while respecting the fact that this is supposed to be the last time we saw it do anything. This part is not supposed to move. So I feel like probably my best course here is to literally make 2 arrays. And then only one of them gets updated, and the other one gets left alone. I don't know whether that's going to work, but it's worth a shot, because I see I'm scanning over 1 meter, and I've identified the point, which is this point, count is larger than data position, where I need to not make max score be 0, but revert to filling it with the previous one's information. Let's give that a try. It really needs to ignore the last one. So prev score. That's also an array, but everything else acts the same. We do need to initialize it though. So now I got two of these guys. Anything that we do around here could be done with either of them. And here's this bit. Reverse it. We do this unless please let me type. For heaven's sake, man. Do I need to do a pre-flashed score? I don't know if I do. Probably do. We got to draw a line, so I do have to. Yep, I do have to make a pre-flash score too. Let's give it a try. See if it works. It's so messy. All this is so messy. That's not going to do any good. Why did I hit Command B? I have nothing to build yet. Ah, but yet. That's the operative word there. So some of this stuff, yeah. Here's where we step it down. That stuff was in fact actually working. There's another place where we do stuff. If we don't zero it out, then it will creep up. The question becomes, oh, and we need to enter them in. So I'm wondering whether I can feed them both with the same value or not. Oh, and I do need to make an update here. There. So if they were both the same, it would look kind of like this. But prev score shouldn't be dealing with the current max score at all. Because that would just throw it back into the same mess that it was in before. So if we do this, And we're not really calculating out some of these things. Let's put that back. Not like we're doing anything with it. We don't need to generate this if we already have that available, so we can simply put that there and then not need to even declare this because now we have it and we're not going to touch it. So that part would actually sit there working right. Let's see where it's at for now. Let's see what it's doing at the moment. Because we're off the map here and in deep space struggling with all of this nonsense. And nonsense it truly, truly is. But I do know what I want it to do. Oh! It's gone crazy. That is unhelpful. The thing I am most sure of is that it shouldn't be able to make this part move. If that's sitting there, that should be able to sit there. So, immediate problem. Immediate problem. What is actually up with that? On the bright side, this is showing me some of what needs to happen, because I know for an absolute fact that it shouldn't have done that. Also, the information that I have down there that's commented out is actually gibberish and doesn't work. But that's not the main concern I've got. The main concern I've got is that even while doing this, it's absolutely failing. So this count less than data position should not be doing anything other than filling a rect. I think that's true. I think it's only filling a rect. Should this also be updating parts as needed? Should it only be updating last score or previous last score based on whether we are at that point on the screen? If that was true, it would look like this. So we'd have this, and then if count was less than data position, we would be doing stuff that had to do with what we're actively updating. Namely, we'd be able to do that. And if we're beyond that point, then we would be taking care of these things. And when count equals data position should technically be the only time any of this stuff increments. There's a thought. Would you look at this? Here we have max score plus equals dot size times pcar, all of that stuff. But you know it's doing that on every single scan line, whether or not it's moving across that point. It's applying that thousands of times per frame. That would explain a lot. Hey, Blue Baggins. Oh, Blue Baggins, you're just like the other fellow whose advice is lol-worthy. So this might be a little bit more in line with something that would actually work and be helpful. Namely, here's our peak L, here's our peak R. And here's where we update max score. And max score should not be updated unless we're on that point. So let's see if that does anything. Because we have this whole thing going on where all of this is being updated by everything in the entire screen all at once. And it's maddeningly difficult to deal with. Let's take that by an order of magnitude or so. And see what just happened, having just done that. Might be nothing, it might be no usefulness whatsoever, but it's worth finding out. I think we have no reaction. So now we got two entire arrays and they both do nothing. That's super helpful. Let's make it be even more intense of a just straight up max score. We're not scaling it down. We want to see if it starts moving the thing around appropriately. I got 15 minutes before defrosting food and an hour and 15 minutes before I get to have dinner. And if I'm lucky, I'll have made some progress on this. And if not, then we're not even going to bother uploading it because it's too broken. That should be moving. That really should be moving. Do I just not have enough mojo in this to make it do anything? Like, what the actual hell? You only need to draw one thing. So what were we actually updating? And why? Here's our peaks. Max score plus equals. So that's still correct. We were using that and it was in fact working in a sense. Count equals data position should be giving us the thing where if we are at that point that the scan looks like it's covering, it should be covering that. The only thing is, now we are not having max score plus equals literally every point on the entire screen with every scan. So max score. We're trying to go by max score. Score count equals max score. Last score is being updated like that. That's F max. Doesn't matter if it's all 0. So we should just be able to multiply this until we see it, right? Like, shouldn't we be able to multiply it until we just see it? If it's not a big enough number, we'll just make it a bigger number and then we'll be able to see it. Let's give that a try. A 1,000 times the size, we should be able to bloody well see it. It's only that one number. Let's see if we got it to do the thing. I feel like that still ain't moving. I see no sign of movement there. It's like that value is getting nothing. Are we like comparing two wrong things here? When we're going in here and going, if this is this, then is this. Where are we even looking at it? That's going to be the RMS calculations. We are looking for this line in here somewhere. We're done with RMS chunk. We're looking in here to find the place where it's supposed to be updating its thing. Remember that clipping, if you're looking at something that has been mastered, it might have been mastered to the point where they've turned it back down again. If it is a brick, then that brick could be all non-clipped samples. So what the hell am I looking at with this? Count as an integer. Data position? What's data position? It should also be, yeah, it's an integer. So there should be some point where count equals data position, at which point we get to add something to max score. And then we're looking at max score, and max score is supposed to be able to become larger again. We're not even making max score become small again. We're not even resetting it. What the actual flying... I want to be throwing really nasty words around with this. More. Show me something. Anything. Make that damn blue line move. There's got to be some point where it makes that blue line move. I have multiplied the thing that we're supposed to be adding to by 600 million billion zillion. Why is it not moving? I see blue spots that are supposed to make this line move. Why is it not moving? It's like it doesn't even understand what it's doing. Fine. Is this the part that's the problem? Okay, hit score is in fact 100, not 0. Do you read that? That should draw that, and there it is. So we can't tell it to be in a different place. It's just not able to figure that stuff out. That means that when we tell it this, max score really is like 0. No amount of multiplying gets us there. So I guess the next step is, and let's make a little space so we can see where this dumb if is. There's your problem. Also here. Yep, so we're supposed to be able to add something to max score with this. So then this should also be, this should exist. All of these things should exist in this context. So let's just see if the left channel just increases max score by this much. And then we'll see whether count is ever equal to data position, or have I just got it horribly wrong somehow. Because it should be equal to data position at least once per scan. Does the line go up? No, it doesn't budge. The way we're doing it, it should be moving even across this area. Although, well, no, that's actually not true. Because it's substituting the previous run here. But yeah, what we've got a real nasty tendency for it not to be able to do anything. As if this code was not even here. It's as if the code was just gone. Let's make it draw in a place where I can see it easier. Like, I know 200 worked before, so we'll use 210. Then it'll draw as a separate line. None of the rest of this stuff matters. What is happening that it is not able to ever be equal to data position? There's got to be some point at which it crosses across data position. We're drawing a vertical line. We're counting through the entire array. And in fact, we should be drawing the line here, I think. Or not. These are all horizontal lines. This is a horizontal line. This is a horizontal line. These are all horizontal lines. That's the border. Here is, oh, hello. Well, that shouldn't matter. Data position times dx. That shouldn't matter. There are times when count equals data position. Let's do a little test. Oh, hang on. Well, there's the RMS meter. This is all still in the same place. So if we do this, our moving line is now drawn in red. We do have a fairly low contrast line. That's going to change that very aggressively. Yep, that's a red line. Now, a moment of truth compared to the moments of lies and mistakes we've been having this whole time. Oh, I just realized something interesting. Max score, this is only being checked under certain circumstances. Let's first see whether any of this actually matters. Where's that damn red line? There it is. I'm going to make more space around here so I can see what I'm changing. So now if count equals data position, G set color. Now the question is Is this line ever red, or is this permanently gray? That's gray. That's not in fact red. That tells me something very important. The question is, what does it take to make it be red? Is count equal to data position +1 or -1? What's it gonna take to get this thing to do? It should be counting through all the points in the array. It should be possible to see whether it's equal. Okay, well, let's see whether this even makes any sense. Okay, if count is not equal to data position, then it will be red. Yep. I think normally you will find that stuff that is in fact hit records does register as showing that on this meter. The question is how much, and whether they just waste it. So if count is not equal to data position, it is in fact always not equal. It is showing up in red. I do wonder a little bit why we're drawing it inside this loop. Just saying. Because to do that means that we are drawing it every single bit. We are redrawing that line like 1,000 times. And that seems like not a good idea. Let's see what happens if, since we can't do equals and not equals is always true, what happens if we do this or the other? Because we've got it telling us useful things about what's going on here. Okay, the one thing is always less than the other. That is a red. So what if it is the opposite? What if count is always less than data position? Then make it be red. Because how do these things even work with each other? What the actual heck? Is count ever less than data position when we're drawing these things? That suggests no. What I wonder is whether that's going to override at some point as it scans along. We're supposed to be able to tell where the frickin' thing is while drawing all of this so much. We're having a lot of trouble with that. Is it going to flash red? Doesn't look like it's going to flash red either. So that's no good. That's no good at all. So, int count equals 0. Count less than fmin display width, comma 2000 plus plus count. Count is a number. Count is one of the numbers, one of the vertical slices. Data position is also a vertical slice. paint works like this. This scan stuff works like this. Doing this, I can make it draw in red. Doing this, I can cut it completely and then place it somewhere else. For instance, after drawing all this stuff, if I put it at the end here, is that in fact going to draw the moving line, or is it going to do something unexpected? In other words, is Paint actually updating the way I think it is? Because that should, if that works, that will save me some trouble, because that's drawing a line that moves. It draws a line that moves, and you don't have to draw that line thousands of times per frame, which seems fair. Why would you have to do that? My question then becomes, why is it not ever able to determine a simple question? We're going to want it to be gray, so cut that. We're going to cycle through all of this, and then we're able to draw this after all that. So if we put that there, count no longer exists. The trouble is, at no point are we really able to tell which thing is which, or whether data position is ever equal to count, ever, ever, ever. Because outside of this space, and we sure don't need to keep drawing it every time, it's completely fine to just draw it the one time. Dear God. Okay, here is another possibility. Let's keep exploring. Let's keep exploring and seeing whether we can find out what's going on. So if we tell it to do this, but then after data position, blue turns to purple, will we be able to draw the line that we now can't make move? Then the line won't budge. Can we make it at least be a different color past the moving line? Oh, I enjoyed earlier in today when things were actually working, or were acting more like they were trying to work. We do actually have the hit record meter, but drawing this line is killing me, man. I'm willing to believe that's purple. It's kind of a dark purple. So it's blue up to this point, and then it is purple after this point. Cool, cool, cool. Let's make it be pink on the assumption that that will be a lighter color. We'll take that away. And then let's, as we cycle through this, let's say that brief score, max score never budges, because count is never equal to data position, but it is either less than or more than. So what if it has to be done within this? No, leave that alone. Or indeed, move it back out here again. Ditch this for the time being. Or no, wait, no, let's take it but do something else with it. And we already know that won't work. We don't know why. There's no reason it shouldn't work, but it never works. But we can do things kind of like it, namely like this. That means even if count can never actually be equal to data position because we have tried heroically to make it be, we could do something fairly similar to that. Namely, so this can never be true, but this can probably make a little moving window. In fact, we don't even need to check it for bounds checks. And let's give that a try. Let's give that a try and see if we can see a little moving window on the interface. And sure enough, that is a little area of pink. Does it move? It sure does. And if we can do that, we can add information only from within that window. So although this line is not moving yet, it's going to move again. Because this is exactly, oh wait, I have a better idea. There we are, there's our window. And that will set the color of this line appropriately. That's going to be dynamically updating. But here's the parts that we're breaking for us. And let's bring some of this back. That's appropriately positioned. So now we know that that is actually going to be updated. So we're back in business. This evaluation can be true some of the time. Let's see what happened. I think we're going to have a moving line again. So we're back in the running. Got to see what happens after that. And it's gone. But it's gone in both places. We're not resetting it, that's the thing. Let's put that back. And let's reset it at the end of all this. just to see how far that gets us, because that can be happening in any number of different places. So we're going to just see what happens. So onwards. If I am lucky, I will get to a point where I can make the one end of things do wild things, but then it doesn't affect the other end of things, if you follow me. You may or may not follow me. Okay, that's wild. Didn't expect that. I want this end to be moving and this end to stay still. That seems odd. What's making it do that? So that should not work. And it did not. Okay. Again, what is the actual hell? We get to do fill rects, but they're not helpful. Alrighty. Well, we are at least adding something to the number. That means things are moving. Also, you got to give me a moment. I have to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. I don't even have the bandwidth to put up with. Give myself a chocolate chip to eat to bribe myself to not give up on this. Uh, why is it all the same horizontal line? Why is it all the same horizontal line? I don't think I'm telling it to be all the same number. I don't think I'm telling it to be all the same number. There was a point earlier in today when this was working kind of, sort of. Let me go and get some of my food defrosting. Some 10 minutes to go before that's really the appropriate time, but I don't care. Okay, so one thing about this is I do damn well earn my pay for this kind of stuff. I just have to think, why is it not able to draw this as a moving line, even a moving line of the figure that I'm drawing in? Like, I'm sending in a lot of information that changes. It's supposed to be able to draw a line that's still there, not have the whole thing move up and down as it goes. Like, the whole thing is not supposed to be moving up and down like this. So I must ask why. Why is the whole thing moving up and down like this when I could just be using a single variable to do that? If I was using a single variable, that's what it would do. I'm able to make max score go up and down. Why am I not able to send max score to an array variable that is then read and shown as a fixed line on the screen? That's my big question right there. So if I tell prev score count to be hit score count, then both of those lines move constantly with everything. If hit score count equals max score, well, wait a minute. Okay. That's actually a pretty good point. He says, although nobody made the point. Like, I am, with every instance of count, updating 2 max score. I'm not sticking to only where it would matter, but I'm literally doing it every time. What I would be doing would be checking for this, because this is where we're able to operate the window. I'm showing that window in pink. But when we do this, we're updating babble, 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 babble. If instead we updated it only within this window, because this is the same code that did that, now it's only going to update prev score. And then if these were all made smaller, so that rather than checking for if it's equal to that, we're checking for if it's less than or more than, and that worked. And that's how we're adding to the variable, although it's over a larger window. If we don't change the larger window, then the amount is going to be the same. And then if we do this, it should, and it is not taking effect. So that's interesting. We had it showing that window of setting the color to pink when it was -10, but -1 is not going to work. So let's put it back to -10, and then we'll have it do more than needed. Several people fled to the stream when things got really dark for me, but things are starting to turn around, most likely, because this is new. I hadn't been doing this before. There's our window. And this is us trying to draw our updated line. It's going to be a bit exaggerated. And what I really want to do is see what happens when it wraps, because this is probably the way that I can write to that array and then have it be read straight out. That's probably how it's done. I might not even need 2 arrays to do it, but I'm currently using 2 arrays just to do it. Okay, it moved. It moved, but it's not redrawing. And the pink part is the window in which I'm looking. And it is dropping back at a fixed speed. So we're moving in the right basic direction. This is not all bad. A bit of it is disgraceful and shameful and all that kind of stuff, because I should know all of this, but I don't. And so we're doing this. We could also disable all this and see if we can make it work without it. That's a lot of comments. We could also do this. So this is the window in which we can update stuff. And count is never equal to data position, but it can be larger than data position -10 and less than data position. But it can't apparently be larger than data position minus 1, and that's kind of insane. But we can probably do 2. I don't know why it is that. Nothing makes sense here, but all the same, horrifying as it is, it seems to be that it is possible to make it work and do the thing. And if we can do that, we can bring all that other calculation back in there on the basis of updating only that window that we want to be looking at. So that's a very small pink area. That is drawing a blue marking that is chasing the intensity very, very rapidly. It's also going down very rapidly, which is not what we want. But we're going to wait around long enough to see whether it can wrap around and then start erasing over what it has drawn in such a way that the line's not jumping around insanely as it goes. I don't see a jump there, and I don't see any jumps. I think that's the information I needed. It's a rather silly mistake, but that's the information I needed. So now what I need to do is solve the rest of that stuff. And the first thing I can do is move it all down 200 pixels so I can see it easier. Which is pretty straightforward, really, because it's just that. That worked well enough that I'm willing to go with it. Do I need to draw this differently? That should actually do it, honestly. I feel like that should work. It's just not updating fast enough to force it to. Let's narrow this window. We know that we were able to make it work on these grounds. So as ugly as that looks, that is apparently peak performance and what the code is supposed to look like. I know, I'm horrified too. So we feed that, having arrived at that, we feed it into here. We can probably scale this differently. And then a bunch of this stuff can live in this little box. This is the box where we're changing stuff about how the sucker moves because it cycles through and we only see this once each time. And this is where we draw everything, but we only update stuff in this window. Meaning that let's not do this max score equals 0 anymore because I don't think we need that. But how much of this will come to life again if we're ready to use it. Linker score is an available number we can work with. It is hit score minus last score. And then if max score is larger than 0, it's that minus linger, and we're applying it in a very small amount here. And then that actually no longer relates because we're not even using this one. If we're able to use this, we don't need to use the prev score array, and we can make it be removed. That would be exciting, because it didn't do me any good, so I'd like to see it go away. So here's where we feed in our new number. And our new number moves around like this. We're not going to scale it like that. And let's see where this has got to. We got it to where it was doing really nice little curves, but then the entire thing was jumping around because we didn't have it contained within this window. And now we've got this window covered in several different places. We could test it only once, honestly, but not really though, because this is being added to, and so we do need to have it happen only within that window. Let's see whether anything moves here. Let's see what happens when we run this. It's going to move from there. And it probably isn't going to budge for a while. But I see some motion. It's going to respond most strikingly to moments of sonority that are high in amplitude and not really care very much about stuff that's really quiet. It's also falling back fairly quickly, but it's able to sort of wake up and move like that. I think we might be moving in the direction of ye olde Beatles, or indeed the Journey, to see what it starts doing when we hand it some of that. Because it's supposed to be registering when there's just all of this stuff going on. And this doesn't qualify, not yet. Although here's where it starts to wake up, see? And then it ran out of steam. But hey, look at that. We have an ongoing variable and it's not making the rest of it jump around. I mean, it shouldn't. It's not supposed to. But still, it's taken a while to get to this point. And who boy does it like those guitars. Those guitars are apparently good. So the entire thing is going to scale back, and we are also going to have it not fall off as fast as all that. It needs to also not cut down as much as that. But that is an amusing little, this is starting to get into the zone of being working, even maybe to the point that I'd be willing to give it to people, like do the get upload and build a new one. I don't want it to be as bad as this. I want it to be better. I feel like it should be better than that. So let's see what we can do to make it be better than that. Here's where we make last score out of hit score count. Should that in fact be within this little window? I feel like it should be inside this little window. I'm not sure that's true. So if it's within that little window, it's going to be hit score minus the last time we were in the window, which might not be relevant. Whereas if it's divided by hit score minus last score, which is literally the last variable we were at, this is me trying to figure out whether I'm comparing with the last time we arrived at this, which would be a sample from a long time ago, or whether this is more about how fast are we slewing this particular variable. I think it might just be how fast we're slewing this particular variable. So it needs to remember what it previously was. And apply it thusly. I don't think it needs to compare only to the last time we actually updated the variable. It's referring not to the last time we updated that one spot, but the spot compared to the previous spot. And we'll have already arrived at that. Now here's our scaling. Also, we don't need to set the color to pink anymore. That part has actually become okay again. Why is this not working? Oh, for heaven's sake. Put that back, please. Let's make this pink go away a different way, like that. So linger score divided by equal. Max score is going to build up to a large number, right? So if it's larger than 0, it gets to be made smaller. By having linger score subtracted from it. So let's see where we're at with some of these things. Don't mind me, I'm desperately shuffling it around to try to make sense of any of it. Nobody knows what this means. Certainly not me. The only thing I like about this is it is starting to draw the curve the way it's supposed to. Oh, 1 minute warning for ads. Why? I'm going to skip them. Why am I even showing ads to 2 freaking people? That makes no sense at all. To 1 freaking person. Even better idea to not show ads to the 1 freaking person. So here is our window in which we're drawing this stuff. Now we always fill the rect In fact, we can set the color down here. There's no special reason that it would be set up here. Voila. And then here is, like the Art Spiegelman mouse comic, and here my troubles began, trying to make this stuff work. So linger score divided by equals the amount of bump that we get. So that makes it become a lot smaller. Max score becomes larger when stuff is in it, when we're actually making a larger number. However, it's scaling back, and if linger score is large, then max gets reduced by more as it goes. So let's see if we can make this linger score go from 7 to 1 and see if that slows down the behavior, because we're no longer trying to scale it back by, we're no longer trying to control the curve jumping around by just making it react slower or faster or whatever, because now it's not going to do that. So now we're looking for ways of sustaining this score and scaling it appropriately to stuff. And we're going to start by doing the Taming the Zoxen stuff again. It's not in the right position, but that's fine. In hopes of seeing how it will bump up with this information coming in. And see how it drops back. Now, one thing I notice immediately is that this is now not drawing the vertical lines it was supposed to draw. That may not matter. The whole scaling of it is moving slowly, but it's failing to draw the lines it's supposed to draw in here. On the other hand, the value of it is creeping upwards very rapidly. So the thing that I just changed, I changed too much of. Linger score plus 1 is not giving me helpful results. It's making it be max score needs to be reduced by more as it goes. So it had started out being 8. 1 is too little, so we'll try 4 and see what happens with that, because we want it to hang on stuff more. And then we're also going to dial this way back. So that we can fit more of it in here. And oh, I know why something is happening. This matters. See where it says last score equals hit score count? I just made the lines not draw. It actually needs to put this here. If I do this, then it's probably going to be okay. He says, as all the indentation goes crazy. Yeah. So if I do that, then it's probably going to be able to draw okay. But nothing like, no time like the present to find out. I think it's hilarious how people learn to like drop back in at the last moment. It makes it difficult because it's like, you want to actively start coding and doing fun things when people actually show up. But then at the same time, I think it's pretty reasonable and understandable when people are like, I am not going to hang around watching this guy suffer. And sometimes the coding process, and I went too far with this, I think. Sometimes the coding process is on the suffrage scale. And you do what you can, really. Speaking of doing what you can, I do have a system in place for trying this out against real hit records rather than just only me. So now that we've got it doing more along the lines of the thing that it's supposed to do, we're going to fire up the old effect stack that lets me play this without playing it over the audio. Little Beatles for you. Kind of like that. And this is supposed to be lighting up the meter big time, but it's not, so we need to do a little bit of updating here. Because it should be giving me more than that. This is a bona fide hit record. Areas like here wouldn't necessarily be lighting up, but this should totally be blowing up a lot more than it is. So let's see what we can do about that. I think I got it from 8, so push it even farther. And let's see what this does now. Because if you remember, the whole point was to make a meter. I have not moved it into its proper place yet. Where if you have a hit record, it can do stuff like this. Oh, look, that must be one heck of a hit record. Look at it being as popular and amazing as it is. I think it should kick in more hard. So basically what's happening here is we need to be ramping up linger score by more, and perhaps even sooner. Because that is part of the system that dials everything back. And this is also part of dialing things back. Let's step between the 8 that it was and the 4 that we tried. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if it was 6.18? If it's just a little bit not enough, let's bring out the memes and do the golden ratio thing again. That might be amusing. Have we built? We're going to build. I think it's fair for it not to kick in instantly, but it needs to kick in pretty violently when confronted with stuff like classic Beatles. Up we go. Up we go even more. And it seems to be not letting up. It's just going to keep going. Alrighty then. So I'm failing to understand something. When I say I'm failing to understand something, what I mean is this is supposed to be able to go back down again. Linger score has to be able to build up first, though. And it's constantly being divided by Fmax hit score count minus last score, which is going to be updated. It's the comparison between where... No, that should still be legit. We could just not refer to last score. Want to try that? Or do I need to be referring to absolute values in here? Like, not there, obviously, but... Let's see what that gives us first of all. I think that's legit, yeah. Should be. And this is what turns it down again. This is how fast it goes up. That's the amount of boost that you get out of it, so that's fair. I feel like when I had it at 8, it was kicking in better. And here's the difference between the previous ones. Which is no more of a division than 1. So that's actually quite a big variation. That's a large number. Oh, I can think of something to do with this that would actually help. Let's see what happens if we handle this somewhat differently. So that's always going to be a larger number, but maybe we don't need to divide it by as much as that. What happens when we do that? We'll go back to the Beatles in a moment, no worries. Oh God, what am I doing? I am thrashing about more than a little bit at the end of my day. We're struggling a bit. Okay, that's exploring upwards. I think that's heading off the chart. This is not that big of a hit. So maybe not so much at that one, please. Yeah, this isn't that good. No chance. Oh, and a bunch of weird things are happening. Why are these weird things happening? Is it because it is wildly in the negative now? It's going out of control. Yeah, it's going out of control. Let's return to the Beatles record to try to force it into other kinds of behavior. We may simply need to dial back the amount of intensity with which we hit it. I'm not sure. Don't know yet. Effect stacks. So there we are, but we need to also be scaling it by the amount that it's going up, because that's no good. It can't just keep going up like that. That's not okay. Also, I don't know, it's drawing weird stuff now. Oh, wait, no, I know what that's doing. That is drawing the line on this one rather than this one. And no, it's not really moving fast enough for that to matter. Let's just take that part out. Let's just take that part out. Never mind. Which we still need last score, but we don't need it here. But we need it in here somewhere. We might not be filling the rect with it, but we do need to use it to refer to this. Let's put it back where it belongs. So this all needs to be scaled a lot more than it is. I get that linger score is doing a thing. That's fine. But this needs to be scaled a lot more than it is. Half an hour before tacos. We do still get to have good things happening today, and one of them is the tacos. To some extent, another one is like sticking through with this until it actually delivers me something that works. These parts now work, as kludgy as they are, and boy are they kludgy. This part's not done yet. So I think what we need to do here is crank this up way more. It's not being divided as fast. So let's start ramping this up. That's 4 times as much as there was. That means this max score that's getting ramped up so fast by the high scores that are showing up is also getting dialed back really fast as well. Here's a funny thought. This is a completely meaningless if statement. Because if it is larger than 0 or if it is less than 0, we can still subtract linger score and then make it be 0. So we technically don't need that part at all. That's pointless to have there. And here's all the statements that we have in here. Yeah, I'm looking at this and trying to figure out whether it's going to be nice and do anything useful for me. I'm going to put some of these spaces back. So we've now made linger score be a much, much larger number. It's still getting divided by a lot, but we keep adding a lot to it. That should make the stuff coming in turn down faster. We may still be bringing too much in. When we say max score times 0.01, that's us bringing new stuff in. It's supposed to react quickly to incoming scores. Let's see with our effect stack what that does now. And we've now moved it up here. And we should probably not draw it if it's 0. But that's a whole other question. Okay, neat. We have a hit record score that is being drawn. And it is very insensitive. Even the Beatles don't impress it very much. That's something. So it looks like we are floating around in the general vicinity of something that'll work. And this particular control that I've done is really sensitive to how this is working. So can we make it feedback upon itself in an interesting way? What do I mean by that? I mean that the number that we are creating is going up to like 200 or so. If it is a small number, then there's a score that comes in and immediately shows up and is there. If it is a large number, it forces it to be small again. So if it is like 4, then it just ramps off and goes right off the top of the screen. If it's 32, hoo boy, it can't even get anywhere. Probably if it's 16, it's somewhere in the middle. Therefore, we could have it react to the amount of score that is in there. Namely, let's see, max score times 0.01 is giving you something from 0 to 200, and 200 is off the screen. Then max score times 0.01 gives you something from 0 to 20. I'm going to skip badges for you guys. Why am I even doing those? Because the reason I do that is because I think Google wants me to. I don't know though. Google has been doing things like trying to play AI suggestions for Google searches at me, and I had to go and get uBlock Origin to make it stop doing that. So I'm not that impressed, honestly. So now both of these things are reacting. Let's see what happens when the hit record score leaps into existence and almost nothing will stop it from being a low value, but then it is taking an enormous amount to force it to be a high value. And there are still things we can do to push that around, like if we have too much of a damping effect on that. But I like the simplicity of what this looks like. Also, do I have a double space in here? Yes, I do. I like the simplicity of what this looks like, and so we're going to see what it does after repeatedly building, because I can't remember what I'm doing. I've run into this before. It's not just recently, maybe not so much, but I've run into this before where if I'm really having to work hard, I become almost incoherent. And I can't make sense. But that's because I'm trying to well, that's interesting. It's very fussy now. Look at that. We have a nasty tendency of this meter now being incredibly fickle. That's one fickle meter. It shouldn't be going down as much as that. It's like wildly oscillating in larger and larger oscillations. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so let's figure out how to make this be fixed. Drive My Car definitely does not oscillate wildly between being a hit record and sucking. That's not true. So we got to figure out what it's going to take to make it restrain itself a little bit more than that. That said, that's fun to look at. It's interesting what it did. It's just a question of how we can have it be remotely sensible. I could drag in the square roots again. Think I should drag in square roots again? Maybe that would be good. Square roots combined with, well, let's start with just a square root and see where that takes us. Is that actually in the zone of what it should be? I feel like that's too much. But I will say that it was definitely not behaving very well. Let's see what we got out of that one. Because, like I said, this meter should be able to spring up to a rather high level when this kind of stuff is in play, and then basically stay there and go, yes, this continues to be a good record. It shouldn't be bouncing around so wildly like that. And so maybe including the square root is going to help, and it'll just be a matter of scaling what I got out of it. Oh, and I can't actually run that, can I? And I never did remember to put in the not showing up when it's not present. I can do that. There'll be a time to do that. Okay, when I apply the square root, it's actually keeping things very subdued. It's not letting it creep up. And that's interesting, because it's supposed to be registering a little higher than this, so maybe I can drive it harder. It's really dropping back quite aggressively. It's very willing to cut back under these circumstances. So, large numbers make it drop back faster. I am previously scaling it down a whole bunch. If it's just raw max score, it goes into oscillations. Square root, and let's throw this in some parentheses just to be sure that it's going to behave itself, is going to really clamp down the oscillations, but I also have to dial it back. So let's multiply the output of that by 0.1. I gotta say, I love non-linearities in those things. Oh, and I see Jonathan. How much brightness is too much brightness? Depends. Long as we're using this to test with, I want to stick with mostly Drive My Car, but there's other things I can show you. Even just in the recent. Let's bounce back to here, and I want to take a quick check on where things stand here. Okay, that's now plummeting to Earth. That's not good. It shouldn't drop back that aggressively. It's going into the oscillations again. Maybe not all that much, but it shouldn't be oscillating this fast. There's no reason that it should drop back that aggressively for this moment. Nor should it blow up and go into the stratosphere. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. I get it. So maybe let's dial it down from all of this stuff, because the information going in is just making it blow up. But what I was going to tell you was you just saw a lot of brightness. Rubber sole is in fact bright. If we look at this instead, this of course is Journey. Let's put the actual song in play. You can kind of sort of hear it going along. When Steve Perry sings, it lights up with this stuff. See where the high frequency stuff is, Jonathan? You did indeed see bright points on Drive My Car. This is Journey's Don't Stop Believing. It's much more recent. It is 70s. You would think that this was much brighter. But look at what the slew rate actually is. And we still have a nasty tendency of this to bounce around like crazy, so maybe what I need to do is work out how to smooth this reaction. Because this is very aggressive. It's flying into the stratosphere and then dropping like a rock. That's definitely not what I had in mind. But then before being completely done with that, let's also show you something else. Little in excess. Content hide D is going to protect me, so I can actually hear that. This is in excess new sensation. As you can see, there's a lot of headroom in here. There's a lot of brightness. You can even see it peeking through here, and the occasional like red, which means that it's to the point of clipping. But you notice that it's not blasting the highs as much as you'd think. This is off of a vinyl record, but so was Drive My Car. And then if we return to Drive My Car, which was off a Rubber Soul, although this is being heard off of Yesterday and Today, you can hear that it's quite a lot louder. No, red's clipping. Or up to the point of clipping. These dark lines aren't clipping, these dark lines are slew. You can see how the slew is filling up this whole area densely. There's a lot of high frequency information flying around here. And in fact, they're pushing so hard that they're exceeding a little bit. That's what you will see in yours. You won't see this blue line, but I haven't got the blue line fixed yet. So, max score minus linger score. Divided by equals square root max of the difference between that and the previous one. I wonder if I have to be this fancy about this. Like if I'd set it up, this is me trying to figure out how I can make this silly thing work. What if we just straight up everything has to be square roots in one way or another? Because it's acting mightily like it needs to I don't think you can actually make this be a high score no matter how you try. But then meaning if we don't scale, well no, the higher that is, the less it dials it back. So with that one, you'd space it out a little bit more. And let's see what we got. I fear this is going to be one of those ones where I don't actually finish, but I'll tell you what, I will get there eventually. If I'm not able to finish today during the stream, it's because midpoints of the work was so tough that I just wasn't able to get there. Sometimes I can't get everything done in one day. Also, why am I not being able to see this? Okay. I'd like to think so. We'll see. Back over to good old Content Peak. Okay, so if I do that, my hit record meter is going to the moon. And it's peaking out around here. And then it's going into another oscillation, which is not what I would like. We do not have a situation. This needs to be solved. Like, what the actual heck? We do not have a situation where Drive My Car is awesome for 15 seconds and then sucks for a brief moment and then back it goes. It needs to not go down that far. So, got to figure that one out. What is it going to take? What is it going to take? I believe linger score is the thing that is causing that to happen. And I'm not sure if we're using last score for anything anymore, so what would happen if we weren't using that anymore? Well, we don't get to use this anymore. We're no longer concerned about the difference between that point and the previous point, because it's moving so slowly that we shouldn't have to care. And we're subtracting this each time. And what if it was divided by like the square root of itself? Just everything is about, oh, hang on, slow down. That doesn't make any sense at all. Everything is about being nonlinear. At the moment, everything is going to be kind of weird. What do we get when we do this? We're going to see whether not including that last bit helped. With our trusty Beatles and our trusty effect stack so that we can actually play it and you can hear little bursts of it. And I never did remove this part. Oh, it's going up really high. It's going up really high. Is it going to go all the way up? It keeps going. It keeps going. It's going even farther. Oh yeah, nope. It's going up so high that we can't actually bring it back down again. So that experiment did not work. But it might bring us into the zone. What happens if we add much, much less? Oh, wait. Hang on. Or rather, add more to linger score, which is what brings it back down again. By a factor of 10. If the factor of 10 doesn't work, we'll try something else. You'll notice that it does a world of good to my mood when things start at least trying to do what I ask them to do. All that business with the lines jumping around like they were insane really kind of took it out of me. That's racing up to the sky. Anyway, I don't think we need to add that much. I think we need to dial some of these things back. For instance, we'll do the same thing here. So now we're adding less each time, and then we're also manipulating it using the same thing, and all of this stuff is nonlinear in very similar ways. Let's see what happens. That means that the larger this gets, it'll be dialed back more aggressively if it is a very large value, whereas if it's a very small value, it's going to be reacting more slowly, if I'm not mistaken. And we're not using this. And we're going to see whether we can get anything happening in our last minutes of stream. I am just sad that I'm not going to upload this last tweak, but that's okay. Maybe by next week I'll have it worked out a little bit better. I do have a something uploaded. It's just not this. It's just not the line. The line is going to be the fun gamified thing, but the line is also my biggest challenge. And I keep I'm so frustrated by forgetting that I'm going to go in. Also, our moving line shouldn't be red. It should be gray. It's here. So we got another if statement to draw here. So hit score. Not count, that's a different thing. And there's our fill rect. So it's only going to draw that if there's actually a number there. If it's silence, it should not draw that. Let's see if it worked. I've been complaining about that thing bugging me for the last 15 minutes, if not more. So we're going to see whether that did any good. Do we still have Love on a Roller Coaster, which is another hit song, which I could use? I'm getting more in the way of records. There's new stuff that I can work with. And there it is showing up, but if it is not showing up, then it's fine. Neat. Maybe that can push a little harder. But I'm generally happy with how that's acting. I feel it should be able to ramp up more aggressively, but that's behaving itself pretty well. It's arriving at a general state without really moving much from that. So I feel if I pushed it harder by not feeding small values into it, I'd be able to get more out of it. It does kind of act like it only gets to increase and it doesn't go down again, but I think it's leveling out. We'll get there. Let's try 4 times as much. Or indeed, let's do the meme golden ratio. Bam, there it is. And then if we increase this, it cuts back more aggressively. So we may or may not want to do that, but we'll see what this gets us in the last few minutes. I'd like to have it kick in more aggressively when this happens, but I'll just have to work on this at another time. I'll just have to get back to it. Because we didn't really get there. We just got a thing. So as we push harder into this, I might not be too strict about stopping exactly at 5, but I'm going to be good to myself and not push to like 6 or 7 or 5:30. Alrighty. That is now bouncing up more aggressively and leveling out. What interests me is it actually going to level out, or is it just going to do that trajectory and keep going forever? Because it's not supposed to go forever. Exactly. Right, that does not actually work. But we can bring it down using linger score, so this should accelerate it turning back down again. Anywho, the thing with the blue line, you know how the meter that you have, because you did successfully download it, if you have a hit record sound, much like the Beatles' Drive My Car, it spatters all of the peaks in a blue color to indicate that they are hitting a sonority, a tonality that is striking and good. So you're supposed to get that blue stuff all over the place and have the peaks be brighter and larger. That's still heading up and it's not really turning around. So this is not really quite what I had in mind. Linger score is not able to... Oh, but if I divide it by the square root, but then I cut it back... Linger score gets to be larger, and that is the thing that is dialing things back. So check this out. All the golden ratio magic all at once. This may be just fantasy at this point, but I don't care. We're going to try anyway. See, dividing that by something that is, let's see, does it need to be larger or smaller? Oh, it's being divided by something, and so if you divide it by a smaller thing rather than a larger thing, it ends up being bigger. Let's see what we got. I mean, that blue line's supposed to be able to move around. It's not supposed to just sit there. The part that we didn't want to see happen was the bouncing. Well, stop, 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 and stop. Holy crud. Could have killed my stream right there. This is how it's supposed to go. All right, up we go into that area, but are we able to turn around and go back down again? Signs point to no. It can only go up. It can only get better. So I appreciate the enthusiasm, but that's not the behavior I want to see. The variable that I'm using simply will not stop going up. Or will it? Let's just force it. Let's keep pushing it. Nothing like going for the last little bit and seeing whether we can get something desirable to happen. Yeah. With this, I gotta see whether I can make the, number go up is all very fun. Number also have to go down. I'm very into the way that it bounces up like this, but it needs to level out. It needs to level out. It needs to be able to go back down. I just don't want it to bounce. With some of that stuff I was doing, it would crater and crash and go down to like 0. This has a tendency of going up and never going down again. And what makes it go down? This. Max score equals Fmax max score minus linger score, or 0. So we're adding to it with these, but then we keep subtracting. But we're subtracting by linger score. Which is being a factor of itself. So that's supposed to clamp it. So if we weren't just golden ratio happy, and we were dividing it by square linger score, but we were allowing that to be much larger, well, no, wait, hang on a second. If we divide by this made small, oh, no, wait, no, okay. And I can pretty much tell you we're not going to do what you're suggesting today, because there's super not going to be time. But I'd really like to see this interact in the way that I would. Don't need terminal to be open. We're not going to have anything ready to upload. And on we go. Can I make this number... Oh, stop. What are you doing, you crazy fool, you? I'm going to begin yelling at myself at this rate. Haha. Haha. Will you look at that? Bounces right up to this point, but then it's not going out of control. Will you look at that? That is starting to look like the information I want it to be able to give. I wonder whether it's going to actively turn down, though. If we get a moment where... No, it was able to turn down when this happened. And we're dipping a little bit here. So what this should be doing is the blue line is a plot of how much hit record sound it has at any given moment. So if it goes to a boring place, it'll drop back. And what I'd like to do is scale it so that if we've got something that is really awesome, like this hit record right here, it'll lift up above the RMS reading and start occupying this area. And that's how you know it's a really hot hit record, which would also work for stuff where the RMS is not as loud. So we're very close to that point, and that's fun. So we went from 0.618, which was letting it go into runaway, to 0.1, which is very seriously compressed and clamped. Let's go to 0.2. Or we could play. Let's keep using those memes. Gotta love the memes. When we do that, it's basically nothing but an Airwindows meme, but it's always funny when it works. Back we go. Let's see if this gives us a behavior that actually acts like something. And if that works, I will try it on Journey's Don't Stop Believin'. And I'll try it on InXS's New Sensation, all of which are sitting right there. So here's our Beatles. Takes a little while to kick in, but I'm pretty sure that that is going to sort of bloom upwards until it's in about the zone I wanted it to be. Because with this amount of slew and peak energy, I call this record one of your classic hit records. I do wonder whether I've set it up in such a way that it's on that runaway track and will not ever come back. Although you gotta give it some credit for if you can do it where the hottest possible hit record sounds literally try to get off the top of this meter, that is going some. That'll be a pretty impressive thing. I do, however, wonder whether it's at a point where it can't actually go back down. Because you're supposed to be able to reach a boring part where it starts going down again. And I don't see that happening. In fact, if it goes off the top of the screen, I'm going to call that excessive. Yep, that's going to be excessive. Great song, yes, but it's not that great. So that also tells me that going to 0.2 isn't going to be useful either. So how about 0.125 and see how that one works? Because I think that the square root part is not bad. And the rest of it seems to be following the right rules. Like it's giving me a reading. It will go down if the hit recordiness lets up. This is Drive My Car. The hit recordiness basically never lets up from start to finish. That's why it's such a hot record. And effect stacks, it must be the effect stack. So boom, jumps right off. And then I think we're going to get a degree of reasonableness. I wonder if I can push it harder. As long as this is working, I don't want to let go. Here's our peaks. Here's the place where we're doing max score plus this. And we did attempt to square this stuff. And we're doing so many square roots that it only makes sense that power and then comma. You know, what'll be really fun is if this is too much and we can dial it back to the power of literal golden ratio and have that work. That would be extremely funny. Some of this stuff is about whether it's funny. Because if the algorithms are giving you what they want, or what you want, and they just happen to have lined up in such a way where you have an amusing clinging to these numbers like the golden ratio just for the hell of it, that's just fun. That's just amusing. Here we go. Oh, it's blowing right up. I think it's off the screen. I think we have gone too far. Definitely. Meme time. Let's see if this actually works. I don't think it'll work quite that easy as all that, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible that that might do the thing. We can always dial some of this stuff back. Firstly, let's see if it's still off the charts. I did want it to react better. I'm in the wrong place doing all the wrong things. I did want it to react. I'm going to set a hard limit of 530. Like, this is fun and all, but I really shouldn't be pushing this hard. I must eat and sleep and rest and all those things. And we are resisting doing those things. That's off the charts. Instantly upon hitting that, it blows up and is gone. So clearly what we're going to do is we're going to scale this back down. How much, you ask? You had to ask. Let's see now, where's the other one? There's the other one. Thankfully, we're only hitting that once for every scan line, and that is a very useful update. And that might have actually gotten me back onto the screen again, because we're pretty thoroughly off the screen at this stage. It just blows right up and is gone. Oh, what am I doing? Stop that, Chris. Stop that. What do you think you're doing? The beetles are gonna come and beat you up. And there's my line. It's a little bit too big, but is it going to come back down again ever? That I don't know. But it's close enough to in the zone that maybe what we can do is scale it all by a whole bunch. There. Now that should place it thoroughly within the scope of the screen. While everything else is still basically following the same rules, which are crazy twisted rules. Yeah, for a while there we had it working. That could be a thing of not actually getting it fully working today. And now it doesn't go down. I was trying to get it so that it would react more quickly to some of this stuff, but it's doing the opposite. So tell you what, let's just dial a bunch of this stuff back. It's a rapid series of undos. And if we're even close to in the zone with the beetles, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, which is play a bunch of other stuff. Okay, that's close to in the zone. It's capable of going down when it needs to. It's building up, so if I just multiplied the end result by kind of a lot, it would sit in about the right place. I'd like to see it going back down again. Drive My Car might not actually be my ideal target for that, though. Feels like it's really kind of building and then not letting up. I do wonder whether this is tending to produce something that's always wanting to make big oscillations. Like this isn't really big oscillations. Actually, it's not even oscillations at all, so that's fine. It's not meant to dip down to 0 again, and it's not doing the dip down to 0 again. So there we go, we got that going on. At the end of that, it's letting up a bit. I feel like I'm going to want to make this scale a bit so that for the high points it peaks over the RMS. It loses energy, but it bumps back again when it hits some of these noises, like some of the rock and roll stuff. When that kicks in, when something exciting kicks in, it should bump up rapidly. And I think it's doing it. So on that note, I feel like I should go and open some other things. And we've got all of this stuff. For instance, Back in Black. It has to kick in. I am happy to see that it is dropping right back down again for just the cymbals and things. Because opening a hi-hat should not register as, oh my god, this is the best thing ever. So funnily enough, this isn't registering quite as much as Drive My Car. Although it's doing pretty good, and I can continue checking on this stuff to make sure that it's registering. Chorus is working pretty well, though. We look at that. It's also going to be fun to look at some of the classic Muttlange productions other than this one. Like, that's a big chorus. This big chorus is doing exactly what I said it should do, which is when stuff really gets rolling, it should be lifting this blue line above the RMS, and that, the blue line lifting above the RMS is what's going to tell you that you really got something going on. For instance, that's not going to work for my music necessarily. And I don't just have to claim that, I can demonstrate it. Here is my track. And this is the, set it up like this so that it's the middle of the verse. And this is not going to be nearly as impressive, although I can at least shut off content hide D for this one. Because nobody cares if you hear this. So this is mine. This is not a hit record. Also, it's too bright. This says it's too bright. And what I'm able to do with this is it's just not measuring up. Although that vocal line was okay. But like my voice is too bright half the time. The guitar is not a good sound. It's just struggling. It's struggling to get up in this area. So this is a non-hit record. With the best that I can do with it, it's just not making it. Although I will have a look at the chorus section and see whether that lights up any better. This is the chorus section. Yeah, it's a little better. I am not measuring up to the hit records here. But we're having a good hard try. Similarly, I can play a something like, let's see, I've got one that's not a hit record on the grounds if the mix isn't good enough. Here's Fleetwood Mac. Where am I going to find Fleetwood Mac? Right here. And it's going to be Sentimental Lady. Hot content ID engage. So this is a very mellow song, this one is. Sentimental, going through my heart again. It's this one. It's an old Fleetwood Mac song, and it doesn't have a lot of energy to it, and it is not at all as much of a hit record mix as like your Back in Black or Drive My Car. But what happens is it's pretty dead and dull until the guy starts singing, and this is him singing. And it lights up just a little bit, and the meter shows up just a little bit for that. Blowing through my heart again, sentimental little one. So it kind of tries to light up a little bit, and then it loses energy. I don't know what RYM means. RMS means. Darker gray is just louder. The louder it gets, the more intensely it goes into a darker gray. Lighter gray means quieter. So it's just a straight correlation to where it is vertically. And that's Fleetwood Mac Sentimental Lady. And we can compare it to, let's close and reopen this so that we can start it afresh. You can probably hear this as Journey Don't Stop Believin'. And it is not, and after this, I am going to go off and make my tacos. But you can see that this is just an intro. This is not a hit yet. The instant Steve Perry starts to sing, it shows up on the meter. The instant he starts to sing, the hit record meter is like, yoink. But then not only that, I'm going to set it up in such a way that you can plainly see when, here he is singing, but then you get that guitar riff. And as he sings, away it goes. And then you're going to get that guitar riff in the beginning of Don't Stop Believin'. Hear a little bit of it. And then as he does that, it just blows up with more hit record metrics right there. Now, this kind of stuff doesn't necessarily light up like crazy on ballads. It's kind of production oriented. It wants everything going. Like this. And so when it's up and rolling, you start to see the meter continually register. But it's going to really light up hardcore. It jumps right up as soon as Steve Perry starts singing. As soon as Neil Schon plays an amazing guitar solo. And here's where it takes off and levitates. That's Steve Perry's loud note. And then they're bursting into the and it loses a little energy here. This is sort of a two-star band. Steve Perry is clearly a star, But Neil Schon also figured he was a star and didn't agree with everything that Steve Perry wanted, so it's a bit of a push-pull there. And when they play and do stuff, it lights up. When neither Steve Perry nor Neil Schon are doing star quality type things, it lays back down again. And then you got your chorus, and it's a high energy chorus, and the meter is showing up pretty well on that. And I'm pretty sure the end of that chorus and going into the solo, which is going to be coming up, it's going to go nuts. It's going to take right off. So let's see. And here's the guitar solo. Sure enough, called it. When the singer is going into that guitar solo section, and then here's the big final chorus. And it lost a little energy from the solo, but still. So there you are. That's how a hit record does its business. And we can go beyond there. I've been recording a bunch of records and things. And I know I said I was going to have dinner. But one of the things that I did was go and edit some of my Beatles albums down to individual tracks, so I can play you stuff off of the White Album using Content ID. And we'll finish on this. The White Album is considered to be a hit record. Let's see what the Beatles' Birthday does, remembering, of course, that the hit record meter registers high on high energy production with a lot of highs and stuff. And this is the same console that did Drive My Car. Now, they're not singing yet, but it's building up. There's an even funnier one. Again, showing a lot of hit record quality that's building up as they go. This is largely a lot of loud singing and sonority and rocking out really hard. And sure enough, this is registering quite high, including at moments like this, which is just a drum breakdown. It's only a drum breakdown, but it's still doing quite well for itself. And let's see what that burst of jam is going to do. Yes, we're going to a party section. And then when it goes, bursts into the next bit, yeah, the increasing intensity of it led to this section where the energy just increases. And the meter shows the energy just increasing. And Okay. Apparently that was a big moment for this song. It's sort of dipping back down a little bit there, but that's quite interesting that we could push that hard, and I'll tell you why it did it. It did that because it's loaded with these things here, but they're in the hotter section. The harder you can push this towards the top, the higher it's going to register. It's this section. Ding, 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 I would like you to dance. Birthday. Yeah, like that. So when they're pounding away on that, they're hitting lots of these moments of sonority, but it's all kind of everything is loud here. Everything is loud. So here's where Loudness War still has a point. If you can set everything in here where there's still peaks, but you're just pounding it out, that works pretty darn well as far as this stuff goes. And then as it fades out, the energy drops. There's an even funnier one. This one's actually quite good. Everybody's got something to hide, but me and my monkey is pretty good, but that's not the one I was thinking of. Oh, Hey Bulldog is awesome, but that's not the one I was thinking of. It's All Too Much has very good. So let's see. So it's under W. So check this out. It's only a 1-minute song, then it'll actually be done. Why don't we do it in the road? There's almost nothing to this song but vocal belting. So there's very little to this song, but the vocals are extraordinary, and they're incredibly loud, and they're just always pushed to the limit. And when they freak out and do the falsettos and do the stuff, then the hit record meter goes crazy. And the rest of it is dead boring. There's not much else there. It's all about those vocals. Because this is a hit record production meter, and the rest of this production is not, there's not much to this production other than those vocals. See, with that shriek, it just spiked up like crazy. So we have a meter that is tracking the intensity of the vocals and registering that the rest of it isn't anything very special. And then we end like that, so it ends on a high. I cannot resist some of these things. Beastie Boys. Now this has a lot of dynamic range. But what happens is when the vocals start coming in, I don't have it yet, but I will. I've got some new records. I have a hopefully clean copy of Let It Bleed. I have a clean copy of Cosmos Factory. And I've got a new, what the hell is their name? The Shambhala, Three Dog Night. I've got that record. So here is a hit Beastie Boys record. And the percussion and the drums and stuff are registering pretty well, but what's also happening is those vocals have star quality. In fact, lots of things that they do work out pretty well. They're trying all kinds of stuff in here. But then when the vocals start to squawk again, it lights the heck up. And you can see it on the meter. It's a hip-hop song. This is not a rock song. Doesn't matter. And here is the all-time classic. I keep looking for a last one to check out. The AC/DC worked out fairly well, but the one to really look at there is Def Leppard. Def Leppard photograph, Mutt Lange at his best. Or at his langiest. I guess you could say at his Mutt Langiest. So one of the things that happens with this stuff is if he didn't have the beats that much louder than everything else, it would be able to light up more. But you'll notice that the star quality meter is tracking the loudness of it really closely. It's just riding on top of that as if it was welded there. And there really there aren't any moments where it lets up, really. So the only way to make it be bigger is to make it be louder, and there's only so much you can do that. It has a little bit of room. You could turn this up, loudinate it just a little bit, and not lose anything. There's room. But you don't want to push it so far that you lose what you start to see happening here, which is like the star quality meter is going above like all the drums and everything, much less the RMS meter. And this record qualifies. This was really big back in the day. I was growing up at this time, so I was around when this hit. Also notice that it's the chorus that lights up, which is not surprising. That's more or less how you want these things to go. And yeah, that's part of the secret, is to have the I don't have those. That's part of the secret, is have that peak energy lighting up like crazy with a lot of high frequency stuff like this. And look at that. This is the chorus. This is the chorus. Look at what that meter's doing. It is absolutely exploding. Here's our guitar solo. I think it's going to lose a bit of energy here, but I could be wrong. Yeah, in the quiet section, it's exploding with hit recordiness. Yeah, and remember, this is all about production. This has nothing to do with choice of beats, lyrics, notes, none of that. It only cares about production. And of course, Def Leppard was known for the Mutt Lange production, starting on Pyromania. I would like to find a copy of Hysteria on vinyl. I am convinced that that would just blow this meter right up. It would go kaboom. Yeah, well, Mutt Lange, you know, and look at what it just did. Look at what it just did. This is not a hit record by accident. You do this stuff on purpose. He did it by ear. You don't have to do it by ear, but you do have to know how to produce it in such a way that it does this. Will you look at it, and it ends this strong. The performance is good. The performance is good. And even as it's fading out, it barely lets up. So that is how it's done. And I'm going to keep working on this meter. I might not have an upload for it, but soon enough. The original version of this, with all of the rest of this stuff here, and only this line is missing, you can actually download that. That's available on my GitHub page under meter. And when I get this dialed in so that it's doing what I want, and then I upload that, then you'll be able to grab this too. But for the time being, I'm going to be a good boy, or at least start making dinner whilst still fooling with this, because I can't resist. It's too interesting. And I'm going to say goodnight as far as the live stream is concerned anyhow. I think I can wind down a little bit better, even if I'm still tinkering with this stuff, if I stop actively streaming and I'm just by myself doing the thing. So on that note, good night, and I feel very confident that by next week you'll have this with the cool blue line. And after I put out distance 3, which is up, that's expected, we can put it out. That'll be exciting. Until then, good night.